Are you winning, son? Well, not yet, because it's already telling me that we have to run an ad break in 5 minutes. So, good luck with that. It's just immediately you must run an ad. Right now. Or perish. It's really going to do that. Wait, I should just manually have it start now. Okay, the ads are going to manually start, so I don't have to fucking deal with waiting like 10 minutes. Enjoy. Okay. Chaos and Noah, we finally return to our old roots. We're almost done with the first playthrough. Almost with the first ending. Well, I have to adjust my audio volume very slightly on my end. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let me get my controller, and then we will get going with Chaos Head once the ads are done. I don't even remember why I put that controller away, honestly. There was no point. I knew I was going to take it out. I knew I was. Dat boy, how's it going? It has been a while. Okay. Okay. Plug in the controller. You are good? That is good. That is good. Ad break will be done in 1 minute, it says, and then we're good to go for an hour, at least, until it annoys us again. Oh wait, where's my camera? Oh wait, hold on. Let me turn my AC and then we'll check everything else. Is my controller not gonna turn on? Well, now. There you go. We're good. Going to Comic-Con this weekend? Hell yeah! Alright, do I have water? I have water. Do I have everything? I think I do. I think I have everything. Wait, camera. Hello. Hello. I have water. Let's get some water. Let's stay hydrated. How you guys doing tonight? I've organized things a little bit in parts of my room or whatever. I also like the current camera angle will show this stuff behind me too. I like that. I like that. I like the exact position I have it in right now, because you can see the stuff on my left and the stuff on my right. You can see all of it. All of it. Also, why is my mic still sound loud to me even though it's not? It's not loud to me, but for some reason it sounds like it is. Is it a problem with my ears, or is it a problem with everything else in the world? I don't know what it is. It might just be a me issue. It might be what we call in the industry a skill issue. It might be one of those. Who is to say? Not me. Okay, we are done with ads. So we should be back here. Let me make sure. Also, you guys are hearing me on the correct microphone, right? The usual microphone. Because at some point when I plugged in the camera for the second angle for the drawing stream last night, in the Discord call I was in at the time, it didn't mess with it, but when I joined another Discord voice chat, it fucked with it and changed the microphone I was using to the webcam mic, and it was dog shit, and I don't know why it did that. It made no sense, but it did it. Okay, load that up. Okay. Bro, why does everyone want to message me as soon as I go live? Why you gotta do this to me? You guys don't want to talk all day, and then as soon as I go live, everybody in the world wants to message me? Am I that popular? I don't need this thing. I can throw this out. I just came back from the movies. We saw Blink twice. It was pretty good. It was okay. It was okay. Nothing revolutionary, but it was still interesting. Just means you're well known. That's me. I'm very well known. Anybody want a butterscotch? We got butterscotch. You want a butterscotch? We got plenty of them. Alright. When's the last time we played Chaos Head? When was the last time we played it? It says... Bro. August 7th? No shot. No shot. It's been a whole fucking month? No shot. Alright, well apparently it's been a whole month since we last played this game. Supposedly it's been a whole ass month. We're close to the first ending. And then we have other route endings that we go through. Which from what I was seeing, we should be fine to do like 1 or even 2 of those alternative routes per stream. Because we've typically been doing 1 chapter for each of these streams. So tonight we're going to be doing chapter 9. It sounds like the actual ending that you get locked into is basically its own chapter, so we'll leave that for the next stream, which we'll do tomorrow night. And then each other route that I saw, I mean, there's quite a few alternative ending routes that you're supposed to do, and most of them are like character routes. And then there's a true ending. So each of those will get its own stream, its own VOD, its own everything. The big VOD from last night, the 6-hour VOD, I had already tried uploading it, and it was giving me shit through YouTube because of literally the like couple of Anime New York like videos that I took that had music playing in the background, like that Sword Art Online opening playing, got it muted in several areas, and every time I try to like tell YouTube, I'm like, hey, could you just mute that area? It has to process the entirety of the 6-hour thing, and then afterwards it's like, well actually, now that we processed it again, we don't like this part of it either. It's like, are you fucking shitting me? And I could probably technically just fight it, but then it takes a month for that to clear, and I don't want to do that. So I'm probably just gonna edit the audio in those sections off of YouTube and then re-upload it for a 6-hour deal. It's annoying, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Otherwise it gets blocked in Japan, specifically. Japan doesn't get to watch my content, and we can't have that. We can't have that. I got so many Japanese fans. So many of them. So many armies of them. They're all Nihongo Jozu. And they tell me I am Nihongo Jozu. All of them. What can I say? I got the best fans. Alright, let's switch over to... Let's load up Chaos Head. We're loading. That is on the wrong screen, sir. Why don't you try going to the correct screen, motherfucker? Ever think of that? No, you just think about yourself. It's fucked up. Alright, where's the Chaos Head scene? And does it still work? Well, the game's not loading yet, so that's not good. And that's not a good sign. There it is. Where's our white edge here? Wait, what did I do to this scene? Wait, what happened? Why is this above the chat? Oh, did I have to do this as like a quick hacky way to fix it because the chat was blocking certain things? Is that what was happening there? Probably. But also the edge on the other side. You can see the white, like, outer thing. And that's kind of what fucking annoying. There you go, chat. You're very tiny here. Because I didn't want to deal with the white lines for that. So, there you go. You have been squinched. You're down to 2 lines of text that can be seen. Enjoy. Oh shit, I forgot about this. Let's listen to the thing that YouTube gets mad at me about occasionally. Let's listen to it again. And then we'll get started. Oh, I have to reposition my camera for this shit. Hold on, I can fix this while this is happening. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, everything looks good. Okay, one other thing I want to check real quick. I was informed last night, or it was brought to my attention, that it may or may not take forever for you guys to acquire points to redeem shit on my channel. Is this true? Is this true? Should I be lowering the prices to redeem all my shit? I think the minimum value for a lot of my shit is like 100 channel points. Is that too much? It's supposed to be like, what, 10 points every 5 minutes? So in order to redeem it, you have to redeem one thing, you have to be watching for like an hour. Unless you're subscribed, in which case you have double the points. Okay. Okay. Because I didn't realize it was that bad. I didn't realize the rate at which they allowed you to earn the points. So let me see if I can lower this shit. Stay hydrated is 100 points though, and you guys seem to always be able to afford that shit. I definitely have not been hoarding points. Wait, how many points do you have, Shadow? How many points do you have? Because you watch my stream the most, probably, so you probably have a shit ton. Wait, what did I make like shit like FBI open up? That's 1,000 points? That's it? Bro. 101K? Bro, this shit ain't hard for you guys to gather channel points. Bro, Shadow's gonna become a fucking millionaire on my channel pretty soon, alright? It's insane. Jesus Christ. I get like 50? Okay. Alright, let me see what I can do to adjust this shit. Dish. You occasionally get 50 points. If you have, there's an extension. I think it's the Better Twitch TV extension. If you do, there's a button you can select on it, and they'll just auto-claim those for you, so you don't even have to fully pay attention for those. Or was it the Franker face? I think it was the... No, yeah, it was the Better TV. Yeah, if you have the Better TV extension on Chrome, there's a setting in it to where you can tell it to just auto-claim that stuff. I do that for other channels. Manage points. Okay. Stay hydrated. What's the lowest you can make it? Can I make it 0? Must be at least 1 point. I see. So things have to be at least 1 point. Okay, you can remind me to drink for 10 points. Congrats. Every 5 minutes you can remind me to drink. The ooh-woo. We'll make the ooh-woo 20 points. Okay, I think maybe all the sound things should be a little bit... Just a little bit, depending on what they are. Like the JoJo, oh my god. We can make that one 100. Instead of the 500, that one could be down to 100. The Steady Boy. Steady Boy could be 20. Big one can also be a 20. Alright, what else we got here? FBI open up is still 1,000. Fuck you guys. Potato chip is 800. That's fine. Sekai can be lowered a bit. Make that like 200. Let's lower the text-to-speech stuff. I made that 500? Nah, you guys deserve to be able to use that shit way more often, okay? Both the text-to-speeches are only gonna be 100 points. There you go. There you go. I'll make the JoJo, oh my god, like 50 points as well. Actually, no, I'll just make that 20 as well. Fuck it. Sekai, we can make 100, actually. I think. Sekai and Get Him will be 100. Actually, Get Him we can make lower. Because it's very... Honestly, I'm just thinking of just lowering everything to like fucking 10 points. Except for the FBI open up and the potato chip one. We should just lower all this shit. Fuck it, we're setting everything to 10 points. We're setting everything to 10 points. For now, to experiment with this, okay? Wait, can I also turn off cooldowns on them? That'd be great if I could. And you guys could just spam the fuck out of them at times. The text-to-speech still has to be more than 10, though. The text-to-speech, we're gonna make it those at 100. Those are 100. You gotta save up for text-to-speech permissions, okay? It's like just every hour you get a text-to-speech meme, okay? So I think that's plenty. I think that's plenty. Alright, fine. You talked me into it. I'll lower the text-to-speech to like 50. Fine. You guys have twisted my arms in the chat. Potato chip and FBI are still expensive, though. Fuck you guys. There you go. Everything's lowered. Wait, what did the chat do? All you guys are just like, obviously you're all saying, Wolfborg, you gotta lower that down even more. I understand. I hear you all. I hear you all. You're not physically typing in the chat, but I can hear you all complaining. You're just like, come on, Wolfborg, you gotta lower it down even more. That's too much still. So now everything's like 10 fucking channel points, except for like FBI open up, and I think the Texas beaches are like 50. So there you go. Have fun with all that. Okay. Have fun with all that. Enjoy it while it lasts before somebody comes in, abuses it, and then I just decided to turn that off for everybody, okay? But that wouldn't mean magic exists. Magic is not real. That's just not real. That's just not real. That's just not. Stop playing.
It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!
It's not fair! Okay, that one does go pretty long, though. The ones that go pretty long like that, I should probably make a little higher. That one's a 50. That's a 50 bagger. Right there. It should have been me, not him. It's not fair. And the oh my god should also be like that, I think, 50. But the oh my god doesn't actually show a visual, though. It's just a sound, though, so it's not that bad. Why do you play shit so much, you fucking piece of shit game? It's not a piece of shit. It's a fun game, actually, but... It's a fun game. Alright, I'm done messing with the channel redeem things. We're playing this fucking game. We're playing this goddamn game. This goddamn game. Alright, let's go. I'm trying to like adjust things on my visual end of everything. Okay, we'll do it like this. Alright, we're ready to go. I'm ready to... Okay, that just went away as soon as I clicked away. Stop! Jesus. Let's get on to Chapter 9 of Chaos Head Noah. No, not start... Stop. 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 We're loading. Not starting from the beginning, we're loading. Alright, Chapter 9, Gigalomaniac. From the train windows, an indigo blue could be seen permeating the sky. The trains of the Yamanose line grew chaotic as businessmen and students alike made their way back to their homes. Two of its passengers, Kusunoki Yua and Yasuji Ban, stood shoulder to shoulder as they shook along with the commuting train, holding on to its hanging straps for stability. They were admittedly an odd pair, and perhaps due to how much they stood out, Yua had been feeling constant gazes coming from all around her. It would stand to reason that this was why she was repeatedly fidgeting with her hair and glasses. She still was not yet acquainted enough with the detective, Ban, to strike up a casual conversation with him. She had only met him a few days prior, after all. Shinjuku was only a single station away from Shibuya, and yet, the 3 minutes it took to reach there felt helplessly longer than they should have. Ban simply stood silently, gazing out the window. He made no attempt to speak with Yua. Yua's current impression of Ban was that he did not seem to be a bad person, but that he was still somewhat frightening. She had met other detectives that were on the case involving her sister, but none of them had left an especially good impression. Perhaps that had left her with an unconscious prejudice against detectives, and by extension, Ban. Or so she had concluded with her introspection.
だから地下15階の番人倒せば隠しダンジョン行けるだろ常識的に考えて
Use your fucking brain, dude, come on!
番人どこにいるかわからんなり
You're just supposed to know. A real gamer would just know. Ever since the two of them aboard the train at Shinjuku Station, two men standing near the door had been talking in an excessively loud manner. Regardless of her desires, Yua was forced to listen to those two talking loud as could be, all without an ounce of consideration for those around them.
マップの左端の方だよ一目でわかるだろ番人
Are they playing
っ
Fortnite?
ていうか番人と警官の区別つかないぞなもし
I can't tell the difference between thieves and bandits, so I mean...
いやいや、どう見ても万人だろ。どこが警官なんだよ。万人は銃持ってねえよ。
Is that true? Is that how that works? Bandits don't have weapons? Is that illegal? They're not allowed to have weapons? I actually don't know what the difference is supposed to be between a bandit and a thief. I just always assumed it was like the same thing. What's the difference? Both of them wore plain clothes, bandanas, fingerless gloves, and bulging rucksacks on their back. Oh. Are these the dudes hired to send the signals to people with their backpacks? The two were a pair of so-called otakus. Yua herself was interested in, and thus consumed, both anime and manga. So it was not their appearances that left her surprised. She had simply never been to Akihabara before, so it was her first time seeing a stereotypical otaku, complete with the clothes and everything. Realizing her curious glances were quite rude, she quickly averted her eyes. In the seat directly in front of her, a high school girl with brown hair and a navy blue blazer was typing a message on her cell phone. Her gaudy artificial nails tapped the screen rapidly. Rapidly tapping, you say? And every time her fingers moved, her cell phone strap of a pistol swung back and forth. Naturally, Yua had seen the contents of her message. This was not through any fault of her own, however. The girl was holding her phone horizontally, giving everyone around her free rein to see everything she wrote. It was so easy to see, in fact, it was almost as if she wanted Yua to see it. What the fuck? So, like...
Am I interrupting you?
No, not really. Can you read this? Are you able to read what this is saying right now? Can you put this into text-to-speech? I don't know what the fuck it would say for this. So, like, yesterday, what mixer with a co-op and was so bring couldn't read room at all, so annoying to like Hom KY's 5? And then there's a little face. So yesterday they went to a mixer and they were confused and some guy couldn't read the room and all and it was annoying or whatever. What was going on? I don't understand. I don't. Kids these days. Despite being a high school girl herself, Yua could not even begin to grasp the contents of the message. It was possible that it could have been Gyaru speak. Oh, of course. They speak in their own natural language there. But to her, it looked like nothing short of a coded message. So apparently from a quick search, bandits are in groups. And thieves, I guess, would not be in groups? I guess? Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Why am I getting notifications? Here we go. Alright, we're gonna understand all of Gyaru speak before this stream is done, don't worry. Oh my god! He's got a gun! All of a sudden, the voice of a child rang throughout the train's interior. Startled, Yua turned toward the source of the sound. A lone boy about 5 years of age stood right beside Bon. She held a squirt gun in his hand, its muzzle pointed straight at Bon. The boy even pulled the trigger, but no water came out from the end of it. Take him down, Bon. Take him down! Oh, he's smiling. He's smiling. Bon gave the child a big smile. His eyes, meanwhile, told a different story. However, despite the message Bon attempted to convey, the child showed no intention of stopping. A woman, likely his mother, rushed to her son's side. She turned toward Bon and politely bowed. Yeah, you're supposed to cut it out. The mother scolded her son in an attempt to make him stop, but her reprimanding never extended beyond verbal. She did not take the water gun from him, nor did she attempt to grab his hand.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
Are you gonna do something about this lady?
本当にすいません。
Take the gun.
ああ、構いませんよ。
This is alright.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
Oh, that gun's gonna turn real and then we're all gonna fucking die.
おじさんが困ってるでしょう、ノブくん。
To Yua, the scene seemed very unnatural. The mother was clearly angry at her child and showed an apologetic demeanor towards Bon, but that was the only thing normal about it.
Bam! 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 やめなさい、怒るわよ。
Oh shit.
Bam! Bam!
We're gonna count to 3. The boy remained completely indifferent and unresponsive, simply choosing to repeat the same word over and over again. And yet, despite his inaction, the mother made no attempts to stop him with anything other than her words.
本当にすいません。
Feel like doing anything about this?
Bam! Bam! Bam!
We're so fucking dead. We've been shot at like 30 times now by this kid. And for some reason, Bond simply sat there and let the boy do as he pleased.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
In the end, the scene continued on until they arrived at Shibuya Station. This just keeps happening the entire ride. Upon coming to a full stop at the station, the train doors open, but the mother and son showed no signs that they intended to disembark. Thank God. Relieved, Yua exited onto the platform along with Bon. Taking a peek at his expression, she saw a clearly forced smile sitting upon his face.
お急ぎ中のお客様にお知らせいたします。
Okay.
地下鉄番号門線
What? Oh, a what? A personal accident involving What?
失礼しました。半蔵門線は人身事故の影響でただいま振り替え運転を行っております。
What are we hinting at there? We have the kid shooting the gun at Bond without any care over and over again. And the little Bond's gonna die. Oh, I mean, Han, there's an accident there. That's not concerning at all. We're fine. We're fine. Don't worry. That's nothing to be concerned about here, gamers. We're not hinting at terrible fates about to happen to our boy Bon here.
お客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ございません。
最近よく感じるんだが。
Yeah? Like you're gonna die? Like the world is telling you you're going to die? A crowd of people came and went through the platform. As Bon walked through along with that crowd toward the Hachiko gate, he began whispering to Yua.
まるで不特定多数の人間にストーカーされてるような気がするんだよな。
It's probably a lot.
どういうことですか？
さっきみたいなことがよくあるって話さ。周囲の人間の何気ない行動がまるで自分の嫌がらせじゃねえ。
They're out to get you specifically, Bon. Nobody else, just you. This was the reason why Bon had shown no reaction to the boy's mischief. Events such as those, ones that did not present much trouble, were becoming an everyday occurrence for him. Once he had begun picking up on it, it made it difficult for him to stay of sound mind.
まあ、考えすぎだろうが。俺みたいな地味なおっさんに興味があるやつなんてそうそういねえだろうし。ただ、集団ストーカーってのは
Gang stalking is a real thing. Alright, it's gang stalking. What? E equals MC square was here the last time? I didn't even realize. An organized form of stalking. Despite what the term implies, it does not mean that a group of people simply follow a victim. Instead, it refers to repeat minor offenses, often various forms of harassment, perpetuated against an individual by several individuals. In some cases, the harassment is done with such utter sophistication, the victim has no way to perceive the many incidents as connected. Specific examples of this harassment may include a victim being repeatedly bumped into by various people they don't know, a car honking endlessly in front of the victim's house late at night, people the victim has never met before, alluding to private information only the victim should know, etc. Even though each of these offenses are not a cause for worry when viewed alone, if they continue to occur several times a day over the course of several months, the victim will begin to deteriorate mentally. This eventually results in the victim growing terrified of everything around them, even the most mundane things that weren't actually intended to be a part of the stalking effort, and no longer being able to trust anyone. However, there is a very fine line between actual gang stalking and someone suffering from a persecution complex, so identifying gang stalking is, as such, must be done with extreme caution.
普通のストーカー行為とは何が違うんですか?
Well, if you read the log, you would know. But no, you didn't.
被害を受けてる側からすると、相手の意図や目的、正体すら全くわかんねえんだ。ただ、誰かに行く先々で毎日のように様々な嫌がらせを受けて
That's just how I live every day in my life. Everybody's always out to get me specifically, and that's true. That's a fact.
集団ストーカーってのはそういうもんだ。
ただの考えすぎっていう可能性は?
No, probably not.
十分にあり得るだろうな。脅迫観念と紙一重だ。俺の場合はそうでもなさそうなんだけどな。
Yeah, pretty direct. That kid was shooting at me a lot.
かなり直接的な手段に出てきてやがる。
That kid was shooting at me a lot, and the mother was not doing anything to stop him. I'm just saying, looked pretty direct. And the announcer saying, Bon, oh.
と言いますと?
手を引けって脅迫する匿名の電話が何度かかかってきてな。
Oh, that's a pretty important detail. For some reason, Bon laughed as he told her that. Yua, however, was frightened, naturally, and wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to bring her comfort.
それ大丈夫なんですか?
It happens all the time.
まあ、
大丈夫
よくある
です。
ことさ。
It's an occupational hazard. Upon saying that, Bon immediately stiffened his expression and looked at Yua.
ユアちゃんは最近そんなようなことはないかい？
はい。ないと思います。
身の回りでちょっとでも違和感を覚えることがあったらすぐにおじさんに言ってくれ。ユアちゃんの身の安全を守るのは警察の仕事だからな。
はい。
Having listened to his words, Yua realized she was involved in something far more dangerous than she could have imagined.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
We're just not real. And we always knew this was going to be the truth of the matter. We're just not real. Her voice a whisper, Remy said something nonsensical. Ignoring what she'd said, I glanced at the various houses around me. In this place, well rooted in my memories. In this place I couldn't seem to recognize. Houses that should have been there were nowhere to be seen. Houses that shouldn't have been there were all I could see. The gap, the disparity between what I knew in my memories and the real scenery surrounding me was getting wider and wider.
ずれてなんかない。
Yelling those thoughts aloud, I desperately denied the despair welling up in my heart. Yeah, there wasn't any gap, not in the slightest. I'd just taken a wrong turn. This wasn't the right street. It was just a misunderstanding on my part, obviously. There was nothing wrong with the world. To think otherwise would be ridiculous. Stumbling my way back down the street I'd come from, I burst into the neighboring alleyway. But just as I feared, between my memories and what I actually saw, something felt out of place. I realized that my entire body was soaked in sweat. My eyes refused to focus, and my feet didn't feel well secured to the ground. All those feelings together hit me with an intense wave of nausea.
なんでだよ。ここに僕の家があるのは間違いないんだ。
It's not there.
僕はいつもここから小学校にも中学校にも通ってたんだ。
No, you didn't talk to me.
小学校には ナナミと手をつないで登校してたし。
No,
中学は
that
自
didn't happen
転車
either.
で。
どこの中学校？
You didn't go to middle school. You're not even real. Remy, who had been following me, quietly asked me a simple question.
どこって。
なんていう学校？
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。
Yeah, everyone
地元の
knows. It's right around there. I mean, it's not, but it was. I couldn't remember. I'd gone to middle school. I had clear memories of it, but I couldn't remember any of the finer details. It was as if some intense haze was covering my mind. The name of my middle school, which class I'd been a part of, or even the name of my homeroom teacher. No specific names came to me.
そんなはずないんだ。
Okay, well, something weird's going on with this, though, because if I remember correctly, not us, but the detective who's working with Bond, whose name I can't remember, the guy in the blue suit or whatever, he spoke with teachers that Takumi had, I thought. And because they were talking about the incident with the bus growing up, with the trip, right? So what's going on here? Was that all bullshit too, but somehow they know about it? Or is what they're doing right now bullshit and we're being lied to and deceived and tricked? And is Beatrice involved somehow? Is she laughing somewhere at our misfortune and misunderstanding of the narrative going on?
ただ、忘れてるだけで。
Yeah, we just forgot. A lot of things. We just forgot.
タク、聞いて。あなたの記憶にあるのは、この場所に家があるじゃなくて、この場所に家があるはずっていう。そうでしょ？
Right now, that's how it feels. My sanity was hanging on by a thread.
だって僕はここに来るまでの道は覚えてるんだぞ。
Yeah, explain that.
おかしいじゃないか。
Explain that.
それは作られた記憶だから。
Stop making that face. Rumi's eyes were pointed straight at the ground, and she looked terribly sad. Without looking up at me, she just continued saying the most confusing, nonsensical things. Things that, once again, I didn't understand. Things that were impossible to understand. So I stopped trying.
タクは中学には通ってないの。
Then why the fuck am I going to high school?
わかったぞ。これ
Yeah, it's a prank.
ドッキリでしょ。そうなんでしょ。
Yeah, it's gotta be.
きっとあれだ。そう、リミとナナミが実は知り合いとかで僕を二人して騙そうとしてるんじゃ。
Obviously.
なんだ。そうかそうか。ビビった。
You got me there. You got me. I try my best to laugh it off, but Remy didn't even so much as chuckle.
ごめん。私これからあなたを傷つけ
It
る
doesn't
こと
have
を言
to.
わ
You don't
な
have
くち
to say something that could hurt me. You don't have to do that. Nobody's making you.
ゃ。タク、あなたはね、
Me?
本来いちゃいけない存在なんだよ。
That's kind of fuck. You can't just say that to people. It's fucked up.
嘘つくな。
She was just trying to deceive me. Remy was my enemy, just like all the others.
貼り付けはリミの仕業だな。
Probably, actually. If that was true, then what happened at the crime scene when I first met her? It hadn't been a delusion at all. The true culprit behind the new gen wasn't the man I'd seen on the hospital TV earlier today. It was Remy. She'd been monitoring me the entire time. She knew I'd witnessed everything, so she refused to let me out of her sight. Also, I would never tell anyone else what I'd seen. That was the sole reason she'd bothered staying with me all this time.
君あの時血まみれだった。だから君が犯人だ。
あれはあなたの望んだ妄想。ギガロマニアックスの妄想はね、強すぎる場合時に混じり合うの。妄想が シンクロするんだ。
We got some new tech going on with the Gigalomaniacs. Calmly, as though she was talking to herself, Remy spoke. And yet, her composure only served to piss me off even more. Alright, positive or negative
少なくともあの
delusion.
時あの場所では4つの妄想がシンクロしてた。
Or delusion synchronized then. Let's go positive to start, I think, for tonight. Okay? Our life is being torn apart, so we need some kind of W. We need some kind of nice moment here, okay?
タクと私とニュージェネの犯人と
The new gen culprits? You say that like the new gen culprit is not one of us.
信じるもんか。
Before she could continue, I cut her off. I then covered my ears and closed my eyes.
これは妄想だ。そうだよ、妄想なんだ。いつもしているみたいな。
Alright, what's gonna happen now? Delusion time.
これ以上妄想しちゃダメ。
Oh, problem solved. We're all good. Oh. She said, fuck you trying to pick a delusion right now. She said it's not happening anymore. She shut us right off there. We don't even get to have a little fun time for a bit. That was bullshit. I just wanted one W because our life has fallen apart. And she said, no, you can't even have it. Okay. My mind, still trying to delude itself, was forcefully ripped back to reality by Remy's words.
出ないと私タクを消さなくちゃいけなくなる。
Yo, what?
殺すの？
A chill ran down my spine. My perception of Remy, the girl I thought would save me, was rapidly spiraling. Now she was turning into someone completely unrecognizable to me.
殺すんだな。やっぱり君が殺人犯なんだ。
So why? Why did she look so... Biting her lip as she fought back tears, hanging her head low as could be, it all made me hesitant to accuse her of anything. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it's all a prank so we can laugh it off. If you do, we can go back to how it used to be between us. I want to go back.
だったら僕は
ギガロマニアックスの妄想によって作られた人間かな。
バカらしい。
So we're just one walking delusion?
僕にはちゃんと
Yeah.
記憶があるんだ。中学の頃の細かい記憶は思い出せないけど、
Yeah.
忘れちゃっただけで。
Who cares that I don't remember where I live anymore? Who cares that I don't even know if I have parents anymore? Who cares about
あな
that?
たが生まれた
I
の
just
は
forget.
1年半前なの。
I'm only like 1.5 years old? A year and a half ago? That would have been when I just started high school.
だったら僕は1歳半の赤ん坊っていうことじゃないか。バブ言ってなくちゃおかしい。
I'd be going goo goo gaga, but I'm not. Ha! Just destroyed. Okay? Why aren't I going goo goo gaga, Remy? Explain that.
タクは生まれた瞬間からタクだった。
君がその目で見たって言いたいの？確かに僕らは1年半前から友達だったらしいね。僕は覚えてないけど。
私とあなたが会ったのは1ヶ月前。
Aha! So I wasn't wrong. You all just gaslit me, as usual. So that's another point to my side here.
あの貼り付けの現場。
Okay, again? That was all you.
私はもともと水明の生徒じゃないから。
Remy was a complete schizo. A complete and utter schizo. Just like all the others. No, not just schizo. Super schizo. She was at a tier not even Senna or ISA could hope to match.
誰が僕を妄想したの？言ってみてよ。
西条匠くんだよ。
But that's me. I created myself? How does that work?
入ったアウト。
Yeah, I
僕
call
が妄想なんでしょ。
BS.
その僕が妄想して僕を作ったって矛盾してるじゃないか。はい論破終了。
Get owned, idiot. Okay, we'll explain that.
それとも 君の妄想。
Yeah, it's all you.
君が勝手に作り出した君だけの脳内設定なんでしょ。
This is your
僕
fan
をそ
fiction.
れに巻き込まないでよ。
私だってタクには知ってほしくなかった。
Well, you didn't have to tell me.
ここにも来てほしくなかった。もっと強く引き止めればよかったね。
Then, gathering her resolve, Remy raised her head and looked straight at me. Her eyes glimmered with sincerity. It didn't seem like she was lying. She felt entirely genuine.
でもここまで来たら
All right.
本当のことを知ってもらった方が。
All right, what do we got? What do we got? But it wasn't the truth. It was all a lie. It had to be. Otherwise, my last thread of sanity would snap. Besides, who would ever believe someone who suddenly decided to hit them with, oh yeah, BT dubs, you're a delusion.
あなたの行動が他の人の命を削っていくんだって知ってもらった方が。
I'm killing somebody by living my life?
そうだ。ナナミは
Yeah, what about Nanami?
僕が妄想だったら僕と血が繋がってるナナミも両親も妄想ってこと？そんなの無茶苦茶。
ナナちゃんはいるよ。
From the way Rumi talked about her, it was almost as if she knew her.
ナナミを誘拐したのは君なの。
Yeah, duh.
似たようなものかもね。
Might as well. What do you even mean?
私はタクを守ることに気を取られすぎてナナちゃんが狙われる可能性を考えてなかった。私は誘拐犯のこと知ってる。
She really was a demon girl. I was right. I'd always been right. Remy was the only one I'd wanted to be on my side. And even though I'd always believed that, there had always been more than enough reasons to doubt her. And yet even so, I feigned ignorance and simply trusted that she'd keep her promise to stay by my side. But despite all that, just like Yoa, Remy was...
君も僕を裏切るんだね。
Yeah.
そうだね。私はタクを裏切った。隠し子ごめんね。私のこと恨んでいいよ。
Yeah, I do. Get out of my face. Bring me back to, bring back my old house. Let me go live in my shipping container. Let me just chill in there and play ESO. Right? Is it ESO? Pretty sure it was ESO.
謝られたって僕は信じない。信じられない。
Despite my words, it was impossible for me to prove that I was real. All the supernatural things I'd seen up until now flashed through my mind, and that's when I knew I couldn't just laugh off her words as some insane asspool. As I thought, Remy slowly began to approach me, and then embrace me. Taken completely by surprise, I surrendered myself to her. I could feel her warmth. She had saved me. She had saved my soul. She had taught me nothing but kindness. But now, despite being in the center of her embrace, her warmth could not have felt more distant.
そろそろ行かなきゃ。
行くって
Oh yeah, where?
どこへ？
Where are you going?
ナナちゃんをさらった誘拐犯のところ。決着つけなくちゃいけないの。ナナちゃんのことも他のことも。このままだとタクも守りきれないし。
そんなの無責任だ。僕にここまでひどいこと言っておいて逃げるの？
Remy started inching away from me. One step, then another. Slowly, she distanced herself.
戻ってくるからタクは部屋にいて。
It's what I do best. Why didn't you say so sooner?
そしたらまた一緒にいろいろ楽しいお話ししよう。
Alright, so she's definitely dying. She's dying. Like this chapter or the next. She's gone.
あなたはあそこに
Finally. Such a gentle tone. Even though she had said all those cruel things, why was she still being so nice to me?
でも一つだけ約束
Yeah, what's up?
もう妄想はしない
I can't promise that.
タクの妄想力はとっても強いから妄想すればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ
何を
それじゃあまた明日石
Remy struck a pose, saluting me with the most unnatural smile on her face. It could not have been more forced. Okay, so the old guy Shogun, I'm assuming he is actually me. The me who created a delusion version of me. I don't know why, though. But I exist now. And apparently every time I do shit, it... Because he's like an old guy or whatever. Or he looks like he's an old guy in a chair. Who's like... slowly decrepit and dying. I guess every time I'm doing a delusion, he's just dying more. I get probably? Is that what's happening here? Because he was in the Takumi room in the hospital, right? That was like hidden away, so he's probably just me. Only a moment later, from her eyes, quiet tears began to fall. Remy frantically turned her back to me, and as her shoulders started to tremble, she ran away. And I, having been left behind in a stupor, sank helplessly to my knees.
本物の僕ってなんだよ僕は偽物じゃない
Just don't worry about that. Just go back to your shipping container and go on to Base Lard and play with your Elder Scrolls. Talk to Grimm. That's his name, right? Grimm. All color vanished from the world. All hope I'd once had was gone. My very existence had been denied. There was no meaning in me being here. Not even my death held any meaning. Remy had left me, leaving behind a meaningless husk. She was my enemy. She had deceived me. And now, having said her piece, she had probably lost her final remaining reason to be with me.
戻ってくるはずない
Remy had abandoned me. But of course she had. I was a delusionary existence, according to her, a monster. Forget it. I didn't care anymore. With no willpower to even stand up, I just stayed there. Still unable to organize my thoughts, incapable of crying due to the sheer shock. The twilight wind robbed me of all warmth. Very little that remained of Remy's faded completely. As I looked up at the sky for no particular reason, I gazed at the sunset, a sunset that had almost completely eroded by the dark of night. And then the house I've been standing in front of for hours, they came out and they were like, "What the fuck are you doing out here staring at our
これが
house?"
新作またへんてこね
Another oddball. Momose smiled as she stared fixedly at the ghetto froggy keychain Bon had just purchased.
でも可愛いじゃない
そりゃ新作じゃねえよ。先週出た、
Oh.
なんだっけ
Oh, what was the name? Bon glanced over at Yua as if pleading for help.
涙目ゲロカエルンです
The teary ghetto froggy.
ああ、そうそうそう。
Yeah, so.
ごめんねゆあちゃんこんなむさ苦しいおじさんに付き合わされて大変だったでしょ
いえ
ひでえな、ももちゃん。こんなダンディーな中年はなかなかいねえぜ。
He's a dandy guy, but not in space. With Bon's half-joking protest falling on deaf ears, the president of Frisia served Yua some tea. Heaving a deep sigh, Bon sat down on the chair and glanced around the office. The employees of Frisia, who usually worked well into the night, had actually returned home on time today. Each worker's schedule was arranged to tell this exact tale on the whiteboard. Thanks to their departures, despite the sun having only just set, the office was completely silent, as if it were the dead of night.
で、ももちゃん、進行のこと調べてくれたかい？
Before riding the train from Shinjuku, Bonnet called Momose in advance and asked her to look into Faithworks.
その前に
Smile still on her face, Momose glanced over at Yua, who was sipping from her teacup.
ゆあちゃん、お茶を飲んだら帰った方がいいわ。日も暮れたし、ご両親が心配するでしょ。
Yua realized what the intent behind Momose's words were. Whatever the conversation that would soon take place was, it was not meant for Yua's ears.
私のこと心配してくれているんですか？
ええ、そうよ。
Momose nodded with a serious look on her face. Although thankful for her consideration, Yua shook her head definitively in response.
私帰りません。みやちゃんの死の真相に近づくためなら何だってするつもりです。
あなたはこれ以上関わるべきじゃないわ。
私もとっくに当事者の一人です。
An imposing, unwavering resolve dwelt within Yua's words. Momose was perplexed at the unexpected opposition.
意外と頑固ね。
ま、ここでのけ者にするのも酷ってもんだろ。いざとなったら警察で保護するさ。
Momose was forced to sigh in response to Bond's nonchalant attitude.
バンちゃんにそんな権力があるのかしらね。
ま、こう見えても一応天下の警視庁捜査一課所属だからな。
The TMP, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department? So,
あらそう。
could have fooled me. Araso. Alright, it looks like we're about to have ads begin to start pretty soon. So you guys can enjoy a little ad break here. And we'll continue on with this stuff. We'll be back. How do I adjust these things? There you go. We'll be back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. As annoying as it is to deal with some of these ads on here, at the very least, I do kind of like getting a little tiny break on my end too. Every like hour or so. That is kind of nice. I just wish it wasn't being forced on all of us because of ads. I just wish that wasn't the case. But we're fine. I get a little rest. I do want to set up my scenes properly so that when I switch over to like the BRB like screen, it will like mute all the other sounds going on automatically. Like I don't have to mute my mic myself. I don't have to mute the game or whatever. It will just play the waiting background music thing in those scenes. But I think in order to do that, I have to set it up so that OBS does not use a global microphone track thing or whatever in like all the scenes. And then I have to like manually set these things up in every scene or something like that. I forget how that works. I'll have to look into it. But I'm pretty sure there was a way for me to do it. It was just going to be a little annoying because I would not be able to depend on my microphone working in every scene once I do that. Or my desktop audio. So I think I had to be careful about that. So I'll have to look into that and we'll see. Anyways, let's continue here with chapter 9 of Chaos and Noah. Let's continue here. Upon pacifying Bond to a suitable degree, Momose stared intently at Yua.
これから聞くことは絶対に口外しちゃダメよ。これはあなたの命にも関わることだから。
It's very important. Okay, so all right, listen closely, Yua. Okay, the ghetto froggies are submitting mind control EMP wave, or not EMP, like electromagnetic waves throughout all of Tokyo. All the otakus with their bags and all the ghetto froggies are meant to brainwash all of us in Shinjuku. Not in Tokyo, but in Shinjuku specifically. Yua nodded, her expression far stiffer than before. Upon seeing that, Momose sighed once more, then proceeded to take a seat. Momose, hunching her already rotund body forward, operated the mouse connected to her laptop.
で、進行から何が出たんだい？
バンちゃんの予感的中って感じね。
Right on the... as usual with Bon, as usual. Both Bon and Yua appeared at the monitor from behind Momose.
有限会社新興の親会社はのぞみテクノロジーよ。
We know them! They're the guys from the sketchy scenes that we sometimes see in between chapters. With the, like, evil corporations. We know them.
のぞみテクノロジー
Noah Organization, with, like, a capital Z, of Medical Instruments. It's Nozo. N-O-Z-O. M? And then I. Yes, Nozomi. So we just took the Z out of organization for this. Is this just how we did it for the English translation of whatever those words were gonna be, or was it always supposed to be that? Like, I feel like there's supposed to be a probably a Japanese, more natural way of creating this acronym, other than just capitalizing the Z in organization. I feel like there's a better way to do it, but for the sake of the next generation, for the people and the environment, we are already well on our way to a better something. Nozomi Technology will be hosting a general European medical exhibition. Cumulative financial results of Q1 of the fiscal year. Our efforts to bolster the medical equipment, or the medical industry development industry. Regarding human resources executives. Look, man, we're making up shit with acronyms all the time. Remember EXP? Listen, it's just the first 3 layers of experience, right? So it's fine. That's fine.
のぞみグループか。こいつは驚きだな。
Hey,
新
it's
興は
me,
5
Ghetto.
年前にのぞみグループに吸収合併されたんだけど、それ以降発売した商品が次々と大ヒットしてるのよ。
Okay, let's see here. There's a lot to read here, but they've been using mind control to make the Ghetto Froggies popular, and they probably also send out some kind of signal too. Probably. What we got here? Hey, it's me, Ghetto. We got specials. We got Ghetto Froggy, Fatty Ghetto Froggy, Rugged Ghetto Froggy, Smooth Ghetto Froggy, Shining Ghetto Froggy, Cat Ghetto Froggy, who no longer even a Ghetto Froggy anymore. It's a cat. LTDED Ghetto Froggies. Limited edition Ghetto Froggies, I think that's what that means. Spooky Ghetto Froggy, Sleepy Ghetto Froggy, Burning Ghetto Froggy, that's a hot ticket item. Zombie Ghetto Froggy, and then the newest Froggies, super cheap. We got the Drunk Ghetto Froggy and the Googling Ghetto Froggy. Legendary deals, dirt cheap shop. Items under the special tab on the left are on sale now. Items under limited edition Ghetto Froggies are the first in our newest campaign. Click here for more about our accessories, plushies, and all other bargains. Click here for more about our merchandise and dirt cheap sales. We're exploding with Froggies. Check out all the latest sales and snatch them all up. Spend 5,000 yen for free shipping. Info site about dirt cheap merchandise. Insanely popular item. They're hopping off the shelf. They're hopping off the shelves. Ghetto Froggy. Is there anyone out there that doesn't know about this incredibly popular, ugly, cute creature? We are selling merchandise for them. The Ghetto Froggy. We pay special attention to make sure their unique expressions come to life in our merchandise. Join the craze and get yourself a Ghetto Froggy today. Shipping 525 yen nationwide. Order over 10 and shipping is free. So one Ghetto Froggy for 1,800 yen. Product ID, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
ゲロカイルンだけじゃないの。中国製バッグとか、タイ製のエコバッグとか、美脚パンツとか。で、この会社は商品の売り出し方が独特なの。いつも週末に新製品を一斉に投入するのよ。
All their products are launched exclusively on the weekends. Oh, because they said that that's when the gravity waves are like especially high or some shit like that. Weekends. That word stuck out, especially to Bond.
G レートとの関係は
This was the secret to everything when it comes to selling stuff. Nobody has capitalized on it yet. You can just sell shit on the weekends. And then it will just blow up. Nobody has thought of this before. Nobody has thought of just selling shit on the weekends. Nobody. Nozomi was the first. Because they were like, the GE rates calculate this shit or whatever. Nobody else thought of this but them.
必然にしろ偶然にしろ、新興の商品がヒットしているのは G レートの変動の影響ね。それは確か。前に見せた G レートのグラフ覚えてる？ 5年ぐらい前からずっと毎週末に値が上がってるって言ったわよね。新興がのぞみグループに合併された時期とぴったり一致するわ。
新興がレートを操作してると思うか？
Mayhaps.
新興自体はそんなに大きな会社じゃないからそれは無理よ。
となると親会社のぞみが怪しいな。
A little sus.
グループ総出で取り組めばレート操作だってできそうじゃねえか。
待って、のぞみの方はもちろんだけど、新興が興味深いのはそこだけじゃないの。設立当初の資料にまで遡ってみたらすごい大物が出てきたのよ。
大物？
井ノ原幸三。
Was that the big guy we kept seeing? Yeah, the leader of the Maywa party, I see.
新興設立当時はまだ民自党在籍時代だけどね。
つながってきたな。
It's all connected.
太田教授の時、それとこの前の地震の時、明和党は G レートに関係ありそうな件について報道規制の圧力をかけてきてる。
G レートのグラフのことだけど、いろいろ調べてたら他にも面白いパターンを見つけたわ。
As of now, there were two aspects about the GE rates that Momose had her attention on. First, the fact that they consistently rose each and every weekend. The maximum values themselves were not particularly notable, but aside from New Year's, Golden Week, and the Bond Festival, they always went up without fail. And second, the drastic rise following earthquakes. For both the quake 2 months ago, in which there were 8 fatalities, and the quake 1 week ago, in which there were more than 100 fatalities, the GE rate had shown an extreme upsurge for a short period of time.
で、3つ目のパターン。この5年で4回だけ起きてるわ。時期はどれもまちまち。上昇値は地震の時ほどじゃないけど、結構高いの。最初はこれが何を意味してるのかわからなかったんだけど、調べていくうちにこの5年で4回と符合するイベントに行き着いた。
イベント？
もったいぶらずに教えろよ。
選挙よ。
The elections.
週3合わせて4度行われた選挙日と、その4回の GE レート上昇の日は完全に同じだったわ。
It's all politics. Bond stroked his unshaven chin with a stern look on his face.
野党だった明和党が大躍進を遂げて与党になった選挙は
4年前ですね。
そして井ノ原幸三が民事党を電撃的に離党して明和党に移ったのは5年前。
A heavy silence hung in the air around the three of them.
なんだか私、
You
お
think?
話を聞いていたら、
Yua's voice trembled slightly as she murmured, Hey, we tried telling you to fucking leave. You wanted to stay. So this is what you're gonna find out.
私もびっくりだわ。ここまでキーワードがぴったり当てはまるなんてね。
まだ状況証拠でしかないがな。
Still circumstantial.
それでも GE レートのことを知っていたからこそ気づけたわけだ。知らなかったらさっぱりだったろ。
As he said that, Bond nonchalantly retrieved his favorite handheld fan and began waving it at himself.
ところで、俺が調べた女子高生の生態について話していいかい？
Is it Senna? This is Senna, right? Momose, bewildered by Bond's sudden change of topics, stared daggers at the detective.
ね、いきなりそんなくだらないこと言い出すんじゃないわよ。ユアちゃんがいるんだから少しは考えなさい。
Bro, let him cook. He's cooking right now. He's cooking with the GE rates.
ね、そういうなっ
Oh,
て。
don't be like that. A slight smirk colored Bond's face, but his eyes did not match such a sentiment.
青いセナについてだ。正しくは畑野セナと言うべきか。なぜか最近になって母親の旧姓を使い始めたんだよな。その畑野セナの父親、畑野一世は今失踪して行方不明らしいんだが、のぞみテクノロジーの元社員なんだよ。
どういうこと？
どういうことも何も。その
What the fuck did I just say? He used to be an employee there. It's a little suspicious, don't you think? It's kind of connected. Nozomi Technology was a company that primarily developed software for use in medical equipment. The Nozomi Group had begun with Nozomi Technology, but through repeated mergers and acquisitions, it became one of Japan's top leading conglomerates.
半年前、畑野セナの母親と生後1年の妹が謎の死を遂げている。父親、畑野セナ本人もそれと前後して当時預けられていたとある施設を脱走するって騒ぎを起こした。
施設ですか？
天神寮っていう非営利の自立更生支援施設だ。表向きはな。
表向きってじゃあ裏があるの？
スポンサーがいるのさ。これが天聖振興会だったりする。
天聖振興会。
Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. That doesn't sound concerning at all. Momose grimaced at those words. She then spoke once more, her tone now clearly exasperated.
また面倒な名前が出てきたわね。
ちなみにその天神寮は2年前まで別の名前だった。アークハートメディカル会。
I know that place. I know it. If you go to, what was it, archeartm or whatever.com, that goes to me. I know that place now.
どんな偶然か、今や渋谷の若者のカリスマ
Oh,
的存在である
yes. True.
岸本綾瀬も
And she had a
ここに入れられていた
profile on the website. It's all connected. It's a little weird, don't you think, guys? I'm just saying, Bond's kind of cooking right now. He's cooking.
畑野瀬名とは入れ違いだったみてえだが。
Bond then leaned forward towards Momose and Yua.
でだ。ここからが興味深いんだが。
Oh, shit.
アークハートメディカル会は天神寮と違ってメンタルケア施設だった。精神病患者を治療してたんだ。ところが2年前、アークハートメディカル会は突然非営利団体の自立更生支援施設天神寮へと姿を変えた。
2 years ago.
それによって精神科医が一斉に解雇されたんだが、その医師たちを丸ごと雇い入れたのが代々木にある AH 東京総合病院だった。
ノータリン事件で殺された人が勤めていたのってそこの病院
He did, in
でしたよね。
fact, work at that hospital. In fact, Bond's gonna say he even worked at Archeart prior to that, probably.
ああ、高階文夫。確かに AH 東京総合病院の精神科医だ。ついでに言うと、そこの病院長は井ノ原と懇意らしいぜ。
また井ノ原議員ね。
ゆあちゃん、君が追ってた西条匠も実は AH 東京総合病院をこの1ヶ月で3回訪れた。
そうなんですか？
Yeah, he thought he might have been crazy, so he went to get himself looked at.
警察がずっと尾行してたんだね。確かだ。しかも西条には数年前にその病院に入院した記録まであった。彼の主治医は高階文夫だ。
Well, now hold on a minute. How could I have been in there a few years ago? Supposedly, I was only born a year and a half ago. How do these correlate? Have we affected the memories of everybody else in this world as well? Did we even create fake medical records about me? So it's not just memories being altered? How do I exist? How do I exist to people have memories of me from years ago if I've only been here for a year and a half? What's the deal with that? What's going on?
不思議なのは西条の入院記録なんだよな。彼は10歳で入院して約2年後にその記録が途切れてるんだが、退院した記録はなかった。
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
どうだかな。そこまでは調べが回らなくてね。ああ、それと畑野瀬名に関してもう一つ。最近彼女がよく行動を共にしている折原梢って生徒がいる。
Kozupi?
1ヶ月ほど前に転校してきた西条のクラスメートなんだが、この子も結構な曰くつきなんだ。
Quite the backstory. Perhaps a murderer.
折原の父親がのぞみグループの系列会社社員なわ。
I'm sorry, what? Even more connection to Nozomi Group?
元は広島の方に住んでてな。折原梢の同級生3人が何者かに襲われて重傷を負うって事件が起きてる。
Completely unknown person.
3人
Definitely not
と
her.
も右腕を鋭利な刃物で切断されて、ひどいありさまだったらしい。折原もその場に居合わせていた。彼女が犯人じゃねえかって疑いがかかったんだが、凶器が存在しないって理由で逮捕はされてない。
The perfect crime.
それで地元に居づらくなって引っ越したって噂もある。
凶器が存在しない？見つからないじゃなくて？
ああ、存在しないだ。何で切られたのかさえ分かってない。
Is that what cops just do nowadays? They're like, I don't know what you killed him with, so I guess you can go. Like, bro, what do you mean?
犯行は折原以外には実行できない状況だった。だが、たとえ折原が犯人だとしても、凶器をどこからか取り出すことも、どこかに隠すことも不可
But you
能
just
だった。
you didn't even want to like let a jury decide that or whatever. You're just like, we don't got shit for the weapon, so I don't know what to do with that.
かまいたち現象じゃないかなんて本気で議論されたぐらいだ。
The Kamaitachi phenomenon. What was this again? This was explained to us before.
何もないところから剣を取り出す手品。
かもしれねえな。
君が悪いです。
Yua, as if trying to stop herself from trembling, hunched down towards her knees, then began to stroke both of her arms with her
何
hands.
かとても大きな意志が働いているような。
職業柄俺は陰謀論なんざ信じちゃいねえんだが、今回ばかりはその存在を信じそうになるね。明和と、そしてのぞみグループ、G レートに関係してると思われるのはその2つか。
天聖振興会も叩けば埃が出てきそうね。もともとあまりいい噂は聞かないし。
Sipping some of her tea, Momose shrugged her shoulders.
バンちゃんには呆れるわ。本来の仕事をほったらかしにしてこんなことを調べてたなんて。
元はといえばももちゃんが G レートのことを教えてくれたのがいけないんだぜ。
そうだけど、それで捜査本部から外されちゃったら世話ないわ。本当に不器用なんだから、あんたって人は。
Those words were neither those of astonishment nor of condemnation, but rather a fairly roundabout way of praising him. Momose, despite her words, acknowledged Bon and his pursuits. Oh shit, base department calling up. Bon's cell phone let out an electronic tune. Looking at the display, he saw that the color was a restricted number. Is this going to be our friend there?
もしもし。
Loud static could be heard from the other end of the call. Bond took the phone away from his ear and looked at the display once more. His connection was good, so he was likely not the issue. It must have been the caller causing the problem. Bond brought his ear close to the phone, believing that the call was coming from someplace far away.
おい、誰だ？
This was one of the anonymous threatening phone calls he had been receiving recently. The mechanical sounding voice was likely due to the use of a voice changer. Bond let out an audible laugh before proceeding to answer.
あんたか。いい加減名乗ってくんねえかな。手を引けって言われてもな。そもそも何から手を引きゃいいんだ？そう。手を
Just back off. I don't need to tell you what to back off from, just back off. They always hung up there, always after saying back off twice. The pattern repeated itself so often it was practically routine. No matter how much Bond tried to speak to them, there was never an answer, probably because it's a recording. But on this day, that would finally change. Oh. What?
誰だ？
Oh no, they got him. Oh no. Now I feel like shit for not remembering his name. Bro is about to be dead. Upon hearing that, Bond finally understood whose distressed voice it was on the other end of the call.
諏訪か？
Sua. Unless Suo was the killer the whole time.
誰にやられた？今どこにいる？
They wore a Spider Vader mask. Darth Spider, that's what it was. They wore a Darth Spider mask.
相手は一人なんだな。おい、大丈夫なのか？
AH to?
スワ、おい、スワ。
Oi. Oi. No matter how much Bond called out to him, there was no response from the other end of the call. With the click of his tongue, Bon hung up. Momose and Yuo were looking at Bon with intense concern.
スワちゃんに何かあったの？
Bon stood up, then lightly tapped his cheeks twice.
スワが人質に取られた。どうやら AH 東京総合病院にいるみてえだ。
まさか名和と？
ああ、わかんねえが、このままじゃまずい気がする。
応援を頼んだ方がいいわ。
大ごとにしたらそれこそスワの命はねえよ。俺一人で様子を見てくる。
Bon placed his favorite handheld fan on top of the table, close to where Momose's hands rested. Following this, he took a good, long look at each of the girls. His demeanor was like that of an entirely different person's. The unreliable middle-aged detective that he had so often played was nowhere to be seen. All there was now was an intense, fearless expression on his face.
ももちゃんとゆあちゃんもどこかに身を隠せ。わかったな。
わかったか? Through no will of my own, my legs moved in the direction of my base. They were heavy, so heavy in fact, I wondered if my heels were packed with lead. Except it wasn't just my legs, my entire body felt heavy. But despite how hard it was to move, I kept telling myself that it was proof that my body existed. That I wasn't a delusionary existence. The sun had already set, meaning that there was no one in the city to pay any attention to me as I staggered through the streets. Before now, I would push everyone away, telling them not to look at me. I was scared of getting too much attention, of being a laughingstock. But even though I'd done that for so long, right now I just wanted someone, anyone, to look at me. I wanted someone to see me with their eyes. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I was here. That was the Deus Ex Machina I needed. Machina. But no one did. If I randomly yelled out something, I'd probably get looks of disdain, but I didn't have the willpower to go through with that. Within my sweaty hands was my cell phone, the one I'd gone out to buy with Nanami. I only had 4 numbers registered on it. Rimi's cell phone, Nanami's cell phone, Misumi-kun's cell phone, and the number for my parents' house. I tried desperately to think of a way to prove I wasn't fake with just those 4 numbers.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
No. I wasn't a delusionary existence. I was real. I was Nishijo Takumi. I was 17 years old. I was the second year at Soime Academy. I was in a family of 4. I was.
助けて。僕を証明して。
My teeth were chattering. A clearly audible clacking sound. I wasn't cold whatsoever. And yet I trembled all the same.
助けてよ。
Bro is dead. From the 4 numbers I had, I chose Misumi-kun's. The number you've dialed cannot be reached.
はい。
Yeah?
ミス。
ダークだろ。どうしたんだ？
Am I real?
リミとうまいこと言ったか？ちゃんと童貞卒業できたんだろうな。感謝しろよ。気を使って2人にしてやったんだからよ。
Mitsumi-kun was the same as ever. That at least brought me some relief. He did know me. He recognized me as Nishijo Takumi. So I wasn't a delusionary existence. Remy had been lying. I knew it.
そういえば、ついさっき美奈子から言われたんだけどよ。
美奈子。
ああ、俺の女。で、美奈子が言うんだよ。ここ1ヶ月ぐらい、日常と急に仲良くなったけど、なんでって。
The past month?
こいつ何言ってんだって最初は思ったんだけど。
Yeah, we've been friends for years.
そもそも俺、普通だったらお前みたいなやつとは絶対関わろうとしねえんだよな。リミを通して知り合ったってのは、なんとなく記憶にあるんだけどよ。
Mitsumi-kun,
なぜか思い出せねえんだよな。
why do you have to dump all this on me right now when I'm having a identity crisis here? It was the same. It was the same situation I'd experienced earlier. Stop it. I don't want this. Don't say anything else, please. You could have just talked about girls like you always do, so why today of all days did you have to...
お前さ、いつ俺とダチになったんだっけ？
I don't know. Yeah, he's vomiting. I got too freaked out, so I instantly hung up. Felt like I was about to cry, yet no tears came. It simply felt like my heart was being torn to shreds. Next, I decided to try calling home. Despite how hard my fingers were trembling, I somehow managed to select the number and press the call button. Nanami had registered this one. I hadn't put it in myself, so there was no doubt the call would go through. Considering what time it was, would my dad be home? Had my mom left already? Was Nanami there? Even if it did connect, what would I even say? Hey, I'm your son, right? They would probably think I was screwing with them, that I was being stupid, and in truth it was a stupid question. What if they said no? What if they said our son Takumi is eating dinner with his sister in the living room? What if the phone call that was supposed to prove I was real actually did the exact opposite? What if they asked, who are you? As the negative thoughts continued to swell up in my mind, I grew more and more afraid. I didn't want to know the outcome. I was really scared, and I couldn't control it. I felt like I was about to go insane. My breathing grew ragged. My breathing grew ragged. I could barely breathe anymore. Right then. Call connected. With the phone next to my ear, preparing myself.
あなたがおかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。
I called it
番号をご
earlier.
確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
Boop, boop, boop. Oh no, he's having his Joker moment. The Joker moment is here. No one would prove that I was me. There was no one that could. I wanted to die. Raising my head, I noticed Yamanote Dori in front of me, with lots of cars coming and going. Alright, let's try... Negative is just gonna be him jumping in front of the cars. He's just gonna kill himself. What's positive gonna do, though? But Remy said no more delusions. Again, negative, he's just gonna run into the cars. He's just gonna fucking kill himself. That's boring. Okay, what happens with the positive? Maybe it's for the best that I died. There was no value in a fake being alive. I was worthless. Even if a monster did try and live in this world, they just end up being persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. My existence itself was repulsive to people. I wanted to be freed from all this. If I died, I'd be free. After all, there'd be no more need to think. There'd be nothing more to suffer from. There'd be no more to laugh at. There'd be no one to laugh at me. There'd be no one to betray me. I wanted nothingness. With my own 2 feet, I took a single step forward. Or at least I intended to. But my legs didn't move an inch. They wouldn't do it for me. And before I realized, my knees were starting to tremble. I couldn't gather the courage. Despite how much I wanted to die, The fear of death wouldn't allow me to take even a single step forward. I wanted to die, and yet I also feared death. I didn't understand. I couldn't grasp my own feelings anymore. Did I want to live or die? Which was it? I clenched my teeth, closed my eyes, and repeated to myself, I want to die. But just as I feared, my legs wouldn't move. Seeing the steel cars pass by so quickly, the thought of getting run over by one of those high-speed weapons came to mind, and my body froze completely. In the end, I sank to the ground. At what should have been the end of it all, I finally got to know how much of a pussy I was. How much of a spoiled brat I was. I ended up thinking about what would be the most convenient for me. If I can't move from here, what if a car skids on the road and runs into me on the sidewalk? How nice it would be if some act of God like that could happen. If some act of God like that had me die. So yeah, Takumi is doing alright. He's hanging in there. As Sakihata Rimi walked beneath the Shibuya Station underpass, she took out her cell phone. She had walked straight here right after parting ways with Takumi. She then selected the number registered in her address book as Nana-chan and placed a call. They picked up the very next moment.
私、実はちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
It's what? Rumi had an idea where Nanami was being held, as well as who had abducted her, a theory she had only come to because she had been in a similar situation herself once before. It was a past she wanted to forget, but it was the only one she was ready to confront in order to rescue Nanami. But it was the one she was ready to confront in order to rescue Nanami, no matter how steeped in darkness those memories may be. The reaction of whom she had called was exactly as Remy had predicted, leading her to inevitably start laughing.
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。
Both her voice and expression were cheerful. Hold on, there we go. Not an ounce of the grim resolve she carried could be felt. To an outside observer, it would simply look as if she was having a fun, engaging conversation.
昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それに特には関わらせたくないの。
As she said that, Remy's expression clouded over.
ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。
Might as well. You got him on the call.
特にね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに、学生生活もあの学校に私やタクが通ってることも、大ちんと友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、タクの存在そのものも。
Little by little, Remy's pace slowed. Multiple strangers passed her by.
タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。
He's really just nothing. He's just kind of a fucking loser. But you know, it's all fine. As she spoke, she squeezed the hand she held the cell phone with.
なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。この気持ちって何なのかな。
Looking up, she saw the neon-lit night sky. No stars were in sight. For an ephemeral moment, Rimi stood beneath it. A slight smile rose to her face when she received a response.
さてと、そろそろ切るね。本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。
Everything?
私が全部決着をつけてくるから。
Everything in the world? By yourself?
ね。匠。
Okay, was that the real Takumi on the phone? Back to the shipping container home. Having lost all my willpower before I realized it, I found myself back in my base. I didn't know how I'd gotten here after failing to die at Yamanote Dori. My memory was hazy.
このコンテナって誰がどうやってここまで運んだんだろう。
It's all probably not real either. It was something I never even thought about until now. But now that I couldn't help but notice how odd it felt. The more I thought about it, the more the feeling encroached upon my mind. The moment I closed the door, the room went pitch black. Leaning against the door, I simply stood there, still as could be. Inside the quiet room, all that could be heard was the sound of my shallow breathing and the hum of the fan inside my PC. I thought that maybe surrounding myself in darkness would make things easier, since I wouldn't have to be conscious of my pitiful self. But it had the exact opposite effect. Unable to see anything, and with nothing else to listen to, Rimi's cruel words from before repeated endlessly in my mind.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
My own moans disgusted me more than ever before. I even felt nauseous. I was already a disgusting freak even before all this, but if my very existence itself was warped, I was already beyond saving. I wanted to disappear completely. As I tripped over the trash scattered across the floor, I stumbled my way to the end of the room. I turned the lights on, scaring away the dark. I then grabbed the Saraton figure, post-awakening version, that just so happened to enter my line of sight, and sat down in my chair. I brought her close to my chest. She was really small, and she was really hard too. And she didn't breathe, nor did she speak. She didn't have the warmth that a 3D girl had. Come on, can we get an actual positive delusion here tonight? Okay, we had one that we got denied, and then the second one, there was no delusion that happened. We just didn't kill ourselves. So, can we get one positive delusion, please? Despite that, she was all I had left. Rimi had left me. I didn't know where Nanami was. Santa had attacked me. Kozupi hadn't protected me. Yuo was my enemy. And Ayase was hospitalized. These were the only girls I knew the names of, and none of them would do anything for me. Reality was harsh. It didn't give a damn about a monster like me. With my trembling hands, I tightened my grip on Saraton, then tighter, tight enough to break her. I wanted to disappear completely.
消えなくたってこれまでタッキーは存在感ゼロだったっしょ
Righto? Yeah, that's true. I mean, I was pretty much a nobody before, so who cares if I'm not real? I felt a sudden deep pain in my chest. To think even Saraton would say such horrible things to me.
ひどいことも何も本当のことだよ。 消えたいとか言ってるくせに図星疲れたぐらいでへこむんだ。
She really just said, stop being a little bitch and get over it, okay? You don't exist. Who cares?
この1ヶ月ぐらい調子に乗ってたよね。周りの人たち、特に女子だよね。可愛い子たちとリア充みたく話すようになっちゃって。
What did you want from me? The girls just kept talking to me.
それまではさ、
What did you want
友
from
達
me?
なんて一人もいなくて引きこもってたのに。
Yeah, I know.
でも逆に考えればまたその頃みたいな生活に戻るってだけなんさ。
Go back?
そう、戻る。誰とも会っちゃダメ。誰も信じちゃダメ。
Trust in people? Even worse. Don't do that shit. That's cringe. Just stay home and play video games all day. Just keep grinding
本物なのか
and
偽物
don't do
なの
anything
か
else.
どうでもいい。そんなの誰にも証明できないし。
It's true.
タッキーは私だけ見てればいいさ。前
For the
は
rest
こ
of
れだ
your
けで
life.
十分幸せだったっしょ。
It's true. You're so right, Saratan.
そう感じなくなっちゃったのはタッキーに近づいてきたあの女子たちの
That
せいだ
you're
よ。
so right. You're so right.
あんなアバズレビッチどもとはさ、会わない方がいいって絶対。
From those nasty old hoe bags.
そうか、そういうことか。
Takumi. Takumi. The ones who'd gotten involved with me were at fault. It was all their fault. Rimi's and everyone else's, not mine. I'd become a shut-in again. Starting with Saratan, I live here surrounded by my waifus as a person with no name. An anonymous existence. Sounds good to me. What about you, Saratan?
そういうこと。
You know it's Snookums.
私が幸せにしてあげる。
Saratan spoke cheerfully and within my grasp, and I was hit with a strong sense of disgust towards myself. Who had made her do so? I'm such a fucking disgrace. I wanted to die even more than before. Meanwhile, human presence quickly faded from the hospital cloaked in night. Perhaps after taking in all the life and death during the day, it took this time to regain balance. At this time, the hospital housed neither the scent of life nor the scent of death. Only a quiet emptiness reigned. Ban Yasuji chuckled to himself as he realized the odd nature of his thoughts. Despite the minor self-flagellation, it did indeed feel especially quiet tonight. It was not yet time for the lights to be on, leaving the corridors steeped in darkness. There was not even a single sign of any nurses. Immediately after stepping foot into the lobby, Bond was hit with a very bad feeling. There was no logical reason behind it. It was simply what one might call a detective's gut. My gut is usually right for the most part. In his mind, he believed it to be an oddly superstitious thought, but this may have simply been a way to dismiss the feeling. While the taxi had driven him to the hospital, Bond had attempted to call Sua's phone numerous times. But each and every one of them had failed, which only served to demonstrate his junior's precarious situation all the more clearly. There was no time to waste. He had to find the place where Sua was being held within the large hospital and rescue him. All while not being detected by the kidnapper. The linoleum floor would have made his footsteps echo. To avoid this, Bond took off his shoes before entering the lobby. Winter was swiftly approaching at this time of year, a fact Bond was readily made aware of when the chill from the floor sent shivers up his soles. But why did we say it like that? The sound of the automatic front door echoed throughout the room, followed by the voice of a girl calling out Bond's name. Is this Yua? Is this Yua? The surprise of seeing her in the lobby put Bond at a loss for words. He hurried toward her in a panic. Beyond her glasses, her eyes threw anxious glances at her surroundings.
おい、なんでついてきたんだ。
Yeah, what happened to
隠
hide?
せって言っただろうね。
I did. I went to the hospital.
すみません。でも、
Bond looked for any signs of Momose, but she was nowhere to be seen. The angels are coming, Bond. They're coming for you. Realizing she had come alone, Bond scratched the top of his head with a concerned expression.
今すぐ戻れ。これは遊びじゃねえんだぞ。
I mean, it is. It's literally a visual novel, but nice try, Bond.
それは分かっているつもりです。
分かってるなら帰るんだ。
Uh-oh. Right as he spoke, a creaking sound came from the hallway across the lobby. In the very center of this empty, dark hallway, slowly an empty wheelchair made its way towards Bond and Yua. Then, at nearly the exact same time, someone could be heard running up the stairs.
とにかくユアちゃんは帰れ。いいな。
Before he had even finished giving his warning, Bond had already started running. He followed the footsteps up the stairs without waiting for Yua's answer. Given his typically languid demeanor, the speed at which Bond moved was like nothing anyone could have ever imagined. As he followed the footsteps, Bond found himself on the roof of the outpatient ward. There were lines of shrubbery installed on the rooftop, forming a garden of sorts. It was most likely a space of healing for the patients there, but regrettably, as the lights were off, Bond could not see what kind of flowers were blooming there. Given the fact that Bond was on the roof, it was only natural that the wind would blow strong. With ragged breaths, Bond quickly surveyed his surroundings. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is where the man behind the footsteps must have run. But now, he was nowhere to be seen. Was I led here on purpose? The man had fled while causing sounds that had seemed purposeful. Bond could not think of any other reason for him to have done that aside from leading him there. Bond did not have his gun on him. As he was apprehensive about being unarmed, he looked for something that could serve as a weapon, but to no avail. With a gulp, he wiped away... Oh, hold on. That was a thing on my phone. I'll deal with that later. With a gulp, he wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his fingers. Step by step, he made his way to the center of the garden. Here and there, Bond could see a few hiding spots tucked within the shadows of the benches and the shrubbery. He put himself into a fully alert state, one in which he could respond to potential attacker, no matter the direction they came from. The garden was set up in a circular fashion, with benches placed around it in accordance with its shape. Bond strained his eyes as he looked at each bench in order, and on one of these benches his eyes laid upon a strange object. Keeping a close look on his surroundings, he slowly approached the bench. And as he got closer to it, its shape was made clear to him. It's Darth Spider! He's here! It was around the size of a soccer ball, round and dark. It was a severed human head. Bond, who had investigated countless murder cases involving dismemberment in the past, quickly recalled an image of a photo he had once seen. The bad feeling in his chest grew closer and stronger. Recognizing the possibility of being his junior's head, vengeful anger and furious rage toward the perpetrator bubbled up from within. Bond gritted his teeth and drew even closer to the bench. The object did not move a single inch. The wind of the night continued to blow. Did I get shot? Then Bond heard a gunshot. He froze in response to the sudden sound. Normally, the detective would duck and investigate the direction the sound had come from, but he was unable to even do that. No. In actuality, there was no need for him to do that anymore. Feeling a burning heat in his chest, Bond touched it with his hand. A slippery sensation. Something was flowing out from his body, accompanied by the very particular smell of blood. Only a short moment following the gunshot did Bond's mind begin to register the pain within him. He had been shot. The moment he realized this, all strength left his legs. Rip. Unable to remain standing, he collapsed to the ground. Well, the game tried to warn him. The footsteps from earlier were approaching him. Wait. Wait. Did Sua fucking shoot Bon? Was Sua actually the culprit the whole time? I was memeing about that. Was he actually? Wait. Wait. The footsteps from earlier were approaching him. As his vision grew blurry, he desperately looked up at the person drawing near. A dark shadow, with a gun in his hand. A shadow so dark, Bon could not recognize its face. A voice came. Sua, no! Sua! A voice he recognized. Bon collapsed in a heap.
Oh my god!
Sua! Why, Sua? Why? Bon collapsed in a heap. Was met with the ridicule of one man. Sua Mamoru. All according to plan. You bet. As he laughed into the night, Sua casually picked up the object from the bench. It's a Darth Spider mask. Sua, who had now returned to Bon, held the dark helmet in front of the detective's face in an ostentatious manner. As Bon laughed, his vision grew blurrier and blurrier. Both his arms and legs felt extremely cold. His chest hurt, but not just from the physical pain. He also felt an intense gaze upon him, but he had no more strength to conclude whether it was Sua's or someone else's. Look at this fucking shot. Sua! Sua, why? Sua. Why, Sua? Why? Look at those evil eyebrows. Look at him! Knowing that his life would only last a few more minutes, Bon forced his growingly heavy body to face upward. With arms and legs outstretched, only the night sky lay above him. A sky overcast with no stars to be seen, but even if there were any left in the sky, Bon had long since lost the ability to see them. After a few coughs, the taste of blood spread through his mouth. Oh, I thought they were going to make him say something else. With his last breath, you're a schmuck. Fuck you. Fuck you, boathead. Baka. Beyond help. Nothing personnel, kid. Bon's breathing grew increasingly shallow. Only a faint wheezing sound could be heard leaking from his throat. Before long, he would be unable to perceive anything anymore. Got him with the main shmuki right at the end. With his consciousness fading in and out, Bon spoke one final question. And in response, Sua pointed the muzzle at Bon, then gave his reply. He's a wizard. Before either of them could realize it, the wind had stopped blowing. The darkness had quickly turned into a place of serenity, and within it, two figures remained frozen still. But that, too, remained only for an ephemeral moment. Sua's finger, now curled around the trigger, slowly moved inward.
先輩に信仰の救い
He's part of the church of the cosmic church of the divine light. We should have known. And we're dead. Goodbye, Bon. Okay. Meanwhile, protagonist Takumi is having a normal one back at home, typing "kill me" over and over and over again in the chat, where he's the only one in the chat room. But now Grimm's joined, so maybe he can help him out. He'll see the logs about that. Before we read this, we got to do an ad break. Twitch is yelling at me that we got to do an ad break, so we got to do an ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Stay safe. Stay safe, gamers. Alright, I think we're back. Should be, at least. Where's my scene? Yeah, so to clarify, yes. I can trigger the ads to happen earlier. But I had snoozed them at some point for the ads or whatever, for us to finish up that scene. And then it said at a certain point that pre-rolls are now enabled until I run the ads again. So I was like, all right, we're at a new scene now, so let me just start it early. So we did that. And now we're good for another hour. Hopefully this will get us to the end of the chapter. So let's see. Let's see how that goes. Let me make sure that everything else with my setup is good. Alright, let's continue. So, main character here is having a normal one. And, what's going on with Grim? Okay. Is that how you say hello to people? Is he... How much is he typing here? Is he... Are you... What? LOL. He's typing a lot for like 5 characters. Kill R. After all this time, only now you become Chuny, LMAO. Kill me. Well, that says kick me. Or were you rejected by an IRL girl? Kill me. In that case, I've got some good news for you. Kill me. Kill E. Kill me. If you stay a virgin till 30. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. You become a wizard. Kill me. Is that what happened to Sua? Kill me. Kill me. That's a pro tip. Is Grim gonna be Sua the whole time? Kill me. It's also the title of an anime. Yeah, Cherry Magic is like a yaoi. It was like a boys love yaoi thing or whatever. We watched one episode of it, whatever it was. Kill me. Apparently there's gonna be a festival in about an hour. Kill me. I get it. Please. It'll be at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. Now we have to play all of 428 Shibuya Scramble before we can finish Chaos Head because we're going to the Scramble. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Jesus, you're annoying. What the fuck, LOL? Kill me. Well, if that's what you want, you should go. Kill me. Gilmer, mister. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. Maybe you could get someone there to kill you. Well, there will be a lot of people. At least one of them, if I ask enough. You also need to be Persona 5 Scramble. The Phantom Strikers. Okay, we'll do all that. Turning on my PC monitor, I hugged my knees with my arms. Not a me. In my hand was Seraton, my one and only ally. Perhaps because I've been holding her in my sweaty hands for a while, her slender limbs were all sticky. Not only that, but her arms had been bent. Add it to the ever-increasing list of shit to eventually stream. Yeah. We'll play through all of them. Every single one. That voice. It couldn't be. How? There's no way I'd misheard that. Out of every girl that visited my base, there was only one dumbass that would scream outside of it like that. Nanami was here. I was somewhat surprised at how indifferent I felt in response to that fact. I just didn't care. What would her coming here while I was this far gone even do for me? Besides, it wasn't like it was out of the ordinary for Nanami to come here. Hadn't Remy said that she was going to rescue her anyway?
開けないとひどいんだからね。
Oh. Well, if that's all that happens, I actually don't need to open this fucking door at all. The noise was starting to irritate me. Just leave a monster like me alone. Nanami should have been focused on her right hand, not me. Not that I knew what happened to it. I didn't have it in me to talk to anyone anymore.
おにー。
But she was being too loud, so I was forced to get up from my chair and head for the door. The door seemed oh so far away to me, which made me realize I was scared to see her. Alright, we're locked in. She's come to take her revenge. Probably. What the... What's going on with the legs here? Without a shadow of a doubt, the one standing before me was Nanami. But for some reason, despite the fact that it wasn't raining, she was drenched from head to toe. One by one, drops of water continuously fell from the hems of her uniform. Her head hung low, and with her face hidden by her bangs, I couldn't see her expression. She didn't speak a word, as if her previous anger she'd been showing had been completely fake. Suddenly, Nanami sluggishly extended her right arm towards me, and when I looked up, there was no hand to be seen. Her sleeve was covering it, and I couldn't see it very well, but I knew for a fact she had no hand. In an uncharacteristically low voice for her, she spoke. Slowly, Nanami raised her head. Her skin was desiccated and deathly pale, and her lips were a deep purple. Her eye sockets were empty. There were no eyeballs within them, only a deep black. And from within one of those cavities, a single maggot came crawling out. It was a corpse. Nanami's corpse, moving and talking. Nanami's left hand, which was giving off a rotten stench, grabbed me by the neck. It was cold enough to make me shiver. Her grip was not normal. It was too strong to be a girl's, and even a guy's for that matter. Very few men could be so strong. It felt as if my neck was breaking apart. I couldn't breathe. I coughed and coughed. The grip she had on my neck increased in pressure, growing tighter and tighter. I was gonna die. I flailed my arms wildly, but I gave up my struggle soon after. I mean, hey, he was asking for it. You're gonna kill me? Then go ahead. If I was to be killed by Nanami's ghost, then that would put me at ease somewhat. It was my fault that she'd ended up like that after all. It was only fair for her to kill me. It made perfect sense. So please, hurry. Close my eyes and entrust my body to her. Hurry up, Nanami. Break the bones in my neck. Well, that was a jump scare that just happened there. Nanami's corpse had vanished in an instant. What is this? You have the crumpled up chips, like broken up chips on the side there. You have Nanami over there. My trash right behind her. Several empty 2-liter bottles on the ground. Then you got my anime figures up behind. Okay. Listen. Nanami stood in the middle of the room and she was speaking normally. There was a bandage around her right wrist, but her hand was still there. Her skin looked normal and she wasn't drenched at all. Her eyes were where they should have been, too. Realizing I had just seen a delusion, I became disappointed. Why did it have to be a delusion? Why couldn't that be reality?
お兄、もしかしてお腹空いてる？
Noticing my heavy sigh, Nanami leaned forward to inspect my
だから
face.
さっきから全然元気ないんでしょう。
Not at all, actually.
しょうがないから、ナナがなんか作ってあげるよ。何がいいかな。あ、そうだ、オムライスにしようかな。最近、卵を半熟にするのがマイブームなんだ。すごいでしょ。お兄も一人暮らしなんかしなかったら、ナナのおいしい半熟オムライスを食べられたのに。もったいないことしたね。
Nanami kept talking on and on. For some reason, she was in a good mood, even though she always complained every time she came here. Was this Nanami the real one? Her tone was completely different from how she'd sounded on the phone call I'd gotten a while ago. It was clear as day how different it was. That was why I started to think that this Nanami might have been a delusion. Everything in this world was made up of delusions. Delusions developed only within my mind. Both me and this delusion I was looking at were fake. Even if she was the real one... Hold on. Even if she was the real one, I didn't care anymore. I was a delusionary existence. So I wasn't her real brother anyway. We weren't related by blood. I didn't want to think about anything anymore.
Nanami.
Without meeting her eyes, I called out to my sister, or to the girl whose identity I wasn't sure of.
お前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
Right now I only wanted one thing.
僕を殺してくれないか。
Just her face and then him just asking that. Bro is not doing good at all. He is gone. Bro is just gone. We just end the scene there? Okay, back at the hospital. Where she clearly heard a gunshot. At the front entrance of A.H. Tokyo General Hospital, Kusunoki Yua fixed her gaze beyond the automatic door. Having been told by Bond to get out of here now, she had reluctantly complied and went outside. However, in her worry, she could not bring herself to go any farther. Bond had followed the mysterious figure and vanished up the hospital stairs. It had not even been 3 minutes since then, but hoping that Bond had already returned, Yua peeked into the lobby. This was after Bond had headed into the hospital alone. Yua had ignored Momose's orders and had followed after him. All so she could get one step closer to the truth behind her little sister's death and the true perpetrator. The person that had told Bond to back off over the phone and had abducted Bond's junior, someone who must have been named Suisan, was most likely the same one that had killed her sister, Mia. Wait, I'm trying to understand the sentence here. Had abducted Bond's junior, someone who must have been named Suicide. Okay, that's the one who was abducted, but not the one who was the killer. As far as she knows right now. Yeah, but... Okay. That was the feeling Yua had, and as such, she had been unable to hold back her impulsive emotions. Despite Bond's various warnings about the dangers of involving herself with this case, Yua had come nonetheless. Moreover, it was not as though Yua would be able to achieve anything by coming here. She was nothing more than a powerless high schooler after all. Somewhere in her mind, Yua hoped that Bond would simply come running gallantly back after apprehending the culprit. If that happened, she would have the opportunity to question them directly. Why did my sister have to die? That was the one thing Yua had to ask. Suddenly, Yua felt a gaze upon her. She nervously scanned her surroundings. It had not even been 2 hours since the sun had set, yet oddly enough, the hospital's front entrance was eerily quiet. Right next to it was the urgent care entrance, which also served as the entrance for emergencies, and yet not even there housed any signs of human presence. A train gently ran along its tracks beside the hospital. Hardly any cars passed by the large street in front of it, and there was nary a single passerby. Housed between the sleepless cities of Shibuya and Shinjuku, where Yua was now akin to an abyss of darkness, formed in the interst of two bursts of blinding light. No figure that could conceivably be responsible for the gaze was visible. Holding back her anxiety, Yua placed her hand on her chest and let out a small sigh. Following this, she found herself glancing over at the hospital ward. Whoa. Was it the sister, or is this... Because she had a twin sister, right? So is this supposed to be the twin sister? There at the entrance of the hospital ward stood a single girl. The lights were out, rendering the area very dimly lit. And yet, the girl's figure was clearly visible amid the darkness.
Mia-chan.
Without intending to, Yua whispered that name. Her sense of reason told her it was impossible, but nonetheless she could not keep those words from escaping. The girl was a mirror image of her, a mirror image of her twin sister that was no longer of this world. Moreover, Yua recognized the clothes she was wearing. She knew, almost for a fact, that they were her sister's clothes. The possibility of her perhaps being a ghost filled Yua with fear. Fear that made her hair stand on end. Suddenly, the girl turned and headed for the automatic door, marking the entrance to the hospital ward. The moment she grew close enough, the door quietly slid open. It isn't a ghost! Yua was in shock, but before she could register anything more, she promptly ran after the girl and into the hospital ward. Inside, perhaps due to it being past closing time, it was even quieter than outside. Each time Yua took a step forward, her footsteps echoed forth into the depths of the corridor. It had been just the same in the outpatient ward, but the fact that it was even quieter here made her very uneasy. The girl had disappeared up the stairs. Yua heard the faint sound of laughter coming from ahead. It's like a scene straight from a ghost story. With that on her mind, Yua cautiously made her way up the stairs, step by step. She arrived on the second floor. Glancing around the corridor, she did not see anyone, something she had expected. But just as she was suspecting that was not from the scene, that was my phone. That was my phone alarm going off. I thought there was like creepy music playing at the end of the hall all of a sudden, but that was my phone. That was my phone. Okay, but just as she was suspecting that it may have been a mere illusion, a girl's laughter sounded from the floor above. That voice and the sound of its laughter were identical to what Yua had heard time and time again in the past. Climbing to the third floor and looking down the corridor, Yua saw a girl with the same face as her standing there. One of the victims of the first New Gen case, the group dive. Her little sister, who should have died 2 months ago. Kusunoki Miya was standing right there with an unmistakable sense of presence. Yua removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. However, even after putting her glasses back on, she looked to see that Miya was still there.
Miya-chan, nano?
Yeah, what do you think? Her voice so clear it could never be an illusion. And that intrepid smile on her face, that laughter in the air. It was exactly the same as Yua remembered from her sister. Miya had always acted this very same way. In order for her to be the wrongdoer in the eyes of others, she had laughed like that all the time.
Miya-chan. 本当に私がミヤであなたがユアだと思う?
Was it the other way around? Are you Miya? Am I Miya? Are we all Miya? Is Yua alive anymore?
もし逆だったらあなたはミヤ。死んだのはユア。殺したのはあなた。何を言っているの?
But I mean, either way, you're not dead though. So it's all fine.
あなたは親に愛される姉が疎ましくて、ネットで殺人を依頼したのよ。
We had to do all that?
しかも、自殺に見せかけるように、見ず知らずの4人も一緒に飛び降りさせた。
It's the perfect crime. What can I say?
あなたは姉になりすまして、妹の死を悲しみ、涙を流しているふりをしながら、これまで姉が独占していた親の愛を手に入れて、心の中ではほくそ笑んでいる。違う。私はユアよ。誰がそれを証明するの? 私はユアのはず。
I should be Yua. See? Now you're already doubting yourself.
でも、確信が持てない。
You're not sure. You don't know.
私を私だと証明するものって、顔？名前？記憶？自分のことなのに。自分で自分を証明するなんて不可能よ。
It's true. Is the eternal identity crisis from people. How do you identify that you are truly you and that you are truly alive and all this, like,
私が
oh
ミヤだっていう
god.
可能性もあるの。
No, it doesn't matter. Whoever, they're alive in front of you, so it should be you should be able to work it out.
あなたはいろいろと調べていたじゃない。多重人格、無遊病、
Did she never have a sister?
記憶捏造、それから妄想。
Delusion. We know all about those. That's been like the whole theme of this visual novel. The concepts you herself have been looking into prior to now show just how real the ambiguity of memories, or perhaps recollection, truly was. She didn't know nor understand herself anymore. What was she? Yua cradled her head as she shook it in denial.
あなたは誰？
Was she Yua, who had always played the good child and was automatically loved and cherished by her parents? Was she Mia, who had always played the bad child and was actively hated by her parents? The child who, despite her actions being her own, oft cast her sister glares of jealousy and hatred?
さあ、私も。
Mia, or possibly Yua, guided Yua, or possibly Mia, as she walked down the corridor soundlessly.
私と同じ目に遭いなさい。
That's not good. I don't like the sound of that. Yua and Mia, identical twins, faces a mirror image of one another. And the boundary that served to differentiate the two was growing more and more blurred. Yeah, that's not. We end up towards the roof. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not. We don't listen to the mirror lady when she's telling us to go up to the roof. We don't do that. The two enormous boxes stood tall within the darkness. And yet, compared to the nearby Shinjuku skyscrapers, they were akin to a small child looking up at their parents. The hospital roof. That was where Yua found herself, having been led there by Mia. Or possibly Yua. A section of the towering fence that had been torn open just wide enough to allow a person to fit through. Whether this was an intentional effort, none could say. I could say it. Mia and Yua, after moving through the torn section of the outer side of the fence, both now stood at the edge of the roof. Before them, the outpatient ward. As that location was lower than the hospital ward, the entire breadth of the roof garden was visible to them. However, the lights were still turned off, so even if there were people there, Yua would be unable to know. The wind blew strongly on the rooftop. The gale made Yua's and Mia's soft hair flutter, along with the hems of their clothes.
私たちはもともと一つ、また戻るだけ。
I don't like that. Don't like the sound of that.
踏み出せば。
No, you shouldn't do that. Let's not do that.
あなたは私になる。
No, I don't think that's how that works. Yua, her eyes vacant of all light, mechanically whispered those emotionless words. Spreading her arms to maintain her balance, she endured the upward rising wind. Beside her, Mia, arms spread just as Yua's were, looked at her sister and smiled.
耐える必要なんてないよ。
I don't like how those eyes are looking here.
あなたは私の痛みを知らなくちゃならない。さあ、飛んで。
Oh, is it that time already?
そうすれば、私もあなたも同じ痛みを共有するわ。私はどっちなの？私？あなた？それを聞いても意味はないわ。どっちにしたって。あなたは飛ぶ。
You don't have to, though. You really don't have to. All hesitation left within Yua disappeared. And so, moving her foot forward, she... And that's when we hear the gunshot. The gunshot tore through the dark night. And with a start, Yua came to her senses. Realizing where she was, she let out a frightful scream. The sheer height of where she stood immediately disoriented her, making her lose her balance. She very nearly fell, but in her desperation, she shot her hand toward the fence behind her and grabbed onto it. Because of this, she successfully managed to avoid being met with the terrible fate. Oh, thank God. The gunshot had come from the roof of the outpatient ward, leading her to look at it once more. In the circular clearing on the roof garden, she managed to spot multiple figures. There were two of them. One was on the ground, the other stood beside them. Ooh, we have a witness to Bond's murder. Had the detective shot someone? Or had the detective been shot by someone?
何をしてるの?
Get out of here, mirror lady.
どうして私と同じ痛みを味わおうとしないの?
You're not even here.
そんなの卑怯よ。ずるいわ。
Yeah, you had your chance.
ミヤちゃん。違うわ。私はユアよ。
Yeah, bullshit.
ユアは私。ミヤはあなた。あなたは一体何なの? 私はあなたの望んだもの。あなたは私の望んだもの。
Mia reached for her sister. Placing her hands around Yua's neck, she began to strangle her. Damn, this delusion's got hands! Yua felt a strong pressure on her throat. She could no longer breathe. Mia was no ghost. She was definitively, she definitively had a body of flesh and blood. And now she was strangling Yua with it.
死んでよ。
Not happening.
今日ぐらい私のお願いを聞いて。
No.
いつも我慢してきたんだから。
Yua's vision grew crimson. She reached her hands out into the air in front of her, but found herself unable to grasp anything. I'm going to die. Awash with the most extreme dread, using her whole body, Yua called upon strength she did not even know she had as she tried desperately to break free from Mia's grasp. But Mia was too strong. Yua was unable to move her even a single inch. Even Yua's thoughts were dyed crimson. It felt as though her consciousness was being coated in a layer of viscous blood. In a desperate frenzy, she shook her head so violently her glasses fell off from her face. And from that point onward, to an outside observer, Yua and Mia were no longer distinguishable. It did not matter who killed whom. The result was arbitrary. If Yua died, all Mia would have to do was become Yua. If Mia died, all Yua would have to do was become Mia. Well, that's not, because Mia was already listed as dead. So that's... Feelings of resignation steadily spread throughout Yua's heart. Before her eyes was Mia's, or possibly Yua's, face. Seeping with anger, not wanting to see such a sight, she looked away. If you're not willing to die on your own terms, then I'll just fucking kill you. We'll just get you out of here. Mods? Mods? Get her. Get Yua. Possibly Mia. Okay? Throw her from the building. Alright? Strangle her if she does not get thrown. And what vaulted into her red field of vision was the shrubbery. The shrubbery and the flowers adorning the roof garden. In her mind, Yua felt that there was a shadow among those flowers, the likes of which she had never seen before. Though perhaps it was simply an illusion. She had dropped her glasses in the struggle after all. However, no longer able to breathe and suffering from so much pain, a faint sense of peace gradually rose from within her. Despite her thoughts of simply surrendering herself and peacefully passing on, her instinctive desire to not die denied her of that peace. It made Yua extend her hand towards that disparate shadow. Her distance from the shrubbery was about 2 meters. How she was now, there was no way she could reach it, even if she were to extend her hand. And yet, her fingertips touched something hard and cold. She then grasped it, almost completely unconsciously. Is she gonna pull out a D-sword right now? Like it's nothing? The second she did so, Kusunoki Yua's consciousness, right on the verge of fading, instantly became clear, as though the haze had been dispelled from her mind. Oh, that was easy. There was an invisible yet fierce impact. Her sister, rained upon by showering red lights akin to petals, was blown away. Languidly standing up as she gasped for air, Yua looked at what she was holding and instantly doubted her eyes. Bro, what do you mean she gets a D-sword? You know how hard I've been working for a D-sword? She just gets it? It was a sword. All too elegant, like the glasses worn by one. All too sharp, like the wit shown by the other. All too immaculate, all too vigorous. All too delicate, its frame easy to fracture. All too profound, its nature veiled. And so beautiful, it beckoned tears from those who laid eyes upon it. And so beautiful, it beckoned tears from all who laid eyes upon it. What on earth? The object now in her hands. It reminded Yua of Ayase's sword that she had seen at the overpass, and of the sword that Bon had spoken of, Senna's. It's my D-sword, bitch! Fuck out of here. Mia, after being blown away by the mysterious impact, had been buried in the shrubbery. As she held her head, she freed herself from it and crawled back to her feet.
あなたは何をしたの？私はミヤちゃん。私やっとわかったわ。どうしてここまで一生懸命あなたの死の真相を調べていたのか。私を殺そうとしたの？私はまた殺されるところだったの？結局。
Bro, you tried to kill me. You don't get to do that shit.
怖かったのよ。当てつけに死なれたと思ったの。あなたが死んだ理由は私のせいじゃないって証明して安心したかった。最低のお姉ちゃんね。どうして死んでくれないのよ。
It's not my time. It's not my turn. It's not happening. It's cringe. She could no longer get through to her. Their two selves, once together in the beginning, and now diverged completely, never to return to one again. Mia reached to grab her once more. Reminded of the pain she had experienced before, Yua's trembles of dread returned, leading her to... brandish her sword. It carved a sharp trail and then cut the ghost in half. Mia's movements came to a halt, and with that a look of shock on her face. She traced the wound of gouged flesh with her hand, beginning from the left side of her torso and ending all the way to her right shoulder. No blood sprang forth. Yeah, you're just a fake. Get out of here. Countless particles, large enough to be seen by the naked eye, came flowing out from within Mia. Her body, now enveloped in bubbles, gradually collapsed to the ground as her silhouette faded and faded. It was now transforming into something else. Yua, with feelings of incredulity, saw what it was. After a moment's wait, a man with an impressively large physique appeared in Mia's place. He was wearing a denim shirt, jeans, and a rucksack on his back. He was a fucking otaku, just memeing us the whole time. You had never seen the man before. You went back away in confusion, still holding your D-sword. The man was similarly bewildered. He had likely not predicted that he would have been uncovered, leaving him to act in a very clearly frantic manner. No one fucking told me this shit. I didn't get paid for this.
どうしたら。
And then, ignoring gravity itself, it came flying in, its path almost horizontal. By the time the man looked behind him, it had already perforated the rucksack on his back. Is this Senna? And from the same rucksack, a pale flash of light surged. The man, as though he had just received an electric shock, stiffened up like a pole. His eyes shot open wide, and only a moment later he lost consciousness, falling face first to the ground. He foamed at the mouth, and every so often his body would twitch. The object that had pierced the rucksack was a sword quite like the one you had obtained just a moment ago, with beautiful carves adorning its every edge.
これ
You remember this sword. She had seen it once before. A single presence approached her. Yua raised her head. Someone then emerged from the darkness.
何事かと思って
Oh, it was Ayase. I was curious about what was transpiring, but to think the disturbance would be so great.
岸本さん
Without a change in her expression, Ayase glanced at the sword Yua held in her hands.
感じる大いなる意志を私がこの病院に居続けた意味はこういうことだったんだわ
Me too, Yua. Yua had sunk into the ground, dumbfounded. Ayase picked up the glasses that had fallen near her, crouched down in front of Yua, and peered at the girl's face. Then, with her slender fingers, she brushed Yua's hair aside and gently put her glasses back in place.
君もグラジオールの黒騎士だったのね
Black Knight obtained. One of the other Black Knights. And with that, Ayase gave a faint, transient smile. Meanwhile, please, please kill me. Please, why? Nanami's face stiffened, but shortly after that she put on a clearly forced smile.
お兄つまんない冗談やめなよ
It's not a joke. Please. That reaction wasn't like her. Normally, she wouldn't just laugh it off. Normally, she'd angrily yell, "Don't say that, you dumb jerk!" Then spend the next few minutes reprimanding me. Well, not that it mattered. I didn't care. If she wouldn't kill me, I had no more business with this Nanami. She could just up and vanish for all I cared. I locked eyes with Seiratan. If only Seiratan was in the third dimension, she would have gladly granted my wish. I was going to be born a delusionary existence anyway. At least have me be born in the second dimension.
ねえそんな冗談は置いといてその話があるんだあのねお兄にもらったバングルなくしちゃったの
You lost the bangle?
どうせ適当に扱ってたんだろうとか言わないでねナナそんなことしてないもん本当に大切にしてたもんなのにどこでなくしたのかもわかんなくて
Yeah, who cares? What, you treasured it? Seriously? Incredible. Genuinely fucking incredible. Comedy gold, really. Besides, I gave you it, didn't I? So it's worthless anyway.
僕は妄想じゃない僕は妄想じゃない
He's having a very normal one. Besides, the fact that I'd given Nanami the bangle in and of itself was suspicious. It could have been a delusion too, for all I knew. That was why nothing in this world was worth anything. Each and everything in my memories was worthless.
僕は妄想じゃない僕は妄想じゃない
お兄が
僕は妄想じゃない
初めてくれたプレゼントだったのにななんでなくしちゃったりしたんだろう
僕は妄想じゃない僕は妄想じゃない
お兄 聞いてる？
僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄はどうしていつもそうなの？
Her head hung low and her fists clenched tight. Nanami let out a faint whisper.
たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく頼りがいのあるとこ見せてよ。
What now? You're here to criticize me, you're wasting your time. After all, I'm a delusionary experience.
僕は妄想じゃない。
All I did was stare blankly at Saratan's smile. There was no reason to listen to Nanami. It was all pointless. After all, I was an illusionary existence.
今までずっと
Delusionary existence.
ナナがしっかりしなきゃって思って頑張ってきたけど、でもね、やっぱりナナだってたまには誰かに甘えたいよ。誰かにじゃなくてお兄に甘えたいよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。
だってお兄はナナのお兄なんだから、お兄に頼りたいって思うことナナにもあるんだよ。
僕は妄想じゃない。
そりゃいつもああしろこうしろ言われてお兄も嫌だろうけど、それはお兄がだらしないから仕方なく。言いたいことはそういうことじゃなくて、
僕は妄想じゃない。
This is all he's gonna say all night now. This is it. The only lines he's ever gonna say now.
ナナだっていろいろ愚痴を聞いてもらいたい時とか泣きたい時とかあるんだよ。お兄に優しくしてもらいたい時とかあるんだよ。
僕は妄想。
Yeah, no, we get it. We get it already.
お兄、ナナの話。ナナ、今すごく悲しいんだよ。お兄にもらった大切なバングルなくなっちゃって。
It doesn't matter. I'm a delusion.
声出して泣きたいくらい悲しくて、お兄に抱きしめてほしいのに、お兄に頭撫でて慰めてほしいのに。ねえ、お兄。
Please stop looking at your fucking figures and pat my goddamn head, please.
今日だけはナナのわがまま受け止めてよ。
Raising my head in a daze, I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low while she was trying her best to hold them in. Tears ran down her pained face all the same. Whoa, what? Remy, what the fuck is happening here? Upon opening a glass door, the very moment Remy entered what appeared to be a lobby, a twitch of fear ran through her. A chill breeze, cold enough to freeze her over crept up. What? To freeze her over crept up. What? A cold. A chill. I can read, I swear. A chill breeze, cold enough to freeze her, crept up her legs. There, we did it. We parsed it. There was no sign of anyone. A fact that was obvious for this place. And this place alone. And yet, when Remy thought about what awaited her ahead, she could not help but wish that someone could have been there with her. Before her was a soundproof door, a door akin to those of a movie theater. From a small crack within that gateway, the chilled breeze came wafting through. The breeze was accompanied by a white haze, a haze akin to the smoke that rose from dry ice. Remy fiercely bit down on her lip. In her hands was her D-sword, already real booted. Oh shit, we're locked in. Yeah, it'll be fine. Desperately telling herself that, she gulped a single time before proceeding to burst open the soundproof door with her shoulder. What the fuck? Rumi's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous, enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room. It could be described only as a monster. It was ominous. An ominous sound rang faintly throughout the spacious room. It was a low-pitched noise akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation.
もう動いてるんだ。
君のおかげですよ。
Was that the death web instead of the Death Star? Because we have Darth Spider. All thanks to you. The voice replied to Rimi's vexed murmurs. The moment she heard the voice, Rimi felt her soul tremble.
崎畑リミ。1年半ぶりですね。
Rimi's instinct was to be engulfed in fear. Shivers rose from the depths of her heart. Abominable memories attacked her consciousness. Her grim past was on the brink of being resurrected. To endure such a threat, Rimi strengthened the grasp on her D-sword and lightly shook her head. Once she regained her hold, she shifted her gaze towards the voice. Right beside the enormous device, Noah too, was him, the figure of a man donned in a suit. And by his side... Kozubi! No, that's not Kozubi, that's Nana. Yeah, Nana-chan. Was Nishijo Nanami, held captive. So the one with Takumi is just bullshit? Her uniform was torn, and a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her right wrist. Her head hung toward the floor, and she looked terribly, terribly pale. Faced with such a pitiful sight, Rimi was at a loss for words. Crucified in Jesus of Nazareth's likeness. No, what held her now could not be called a cross. It was something far different, for it took the shape of pure, unadulterated malice. The entirety of the world's evil. The entirety of the world's evil, the entirety of the world's disorder. The entirety of the world's immorality. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes.
君がこの1年半どこで何をしていたかについて興味はありませんが、困りますね。あまりうろちょろされると。
The man, Norose Genichi, spoke in a peaceful tone, but his voice was embedded with the sharpness of a blade. Doing everything in her power not to sink to her knees, Rimi glared back at Norose.
ナナちゃんを離して。
ほう。まさかここに来たのはお友達を助けに来た。
ナナちゃんを離して。その子は何も関係ないでしょ。
では直接話してみてはどうですか。
Norise's offer left Rimi confused. She was acting brave, but in truth, the moment she had seen Norise's face, her heart had been seized by fear and her legs had begun to tremble. Don't know, she seems pretty dead. Nah, she's fine. She'll walk it off. Unable to move an inch from where she stood, she called out to the crucified Nanami.
Nana-chan!
Nanami's head, ever so slightly, stirred. Her eyes, which had been closed until that very moment, opened faintly. She raised her head, and her hollow eyes fell upon Rimi.
Rimi-san. 大丈夫？今、助けてあげるから。
In the middle of Rimi's sentence, Nanami's face twisted in pain. Her face was pale, and her breathing labored.
痛いよ。右手が痛いの。
Nah, you'll be fine. Walk it off. Then, with very little resistance, Nanami's body slid off the cross.
ナナちゃん、ねえ、リミさん。
Without getting up from the floor, Nanami lifted her head and let her gaze roam about the room. It was as if she was searching for something. That's what you're worried about right now? Bro, we have so much other shit going on. Do you not see everything around you? Can we not worry about this right now? She staggered to her feet, and this time she searched her surroundings with her left hand.
バングルだね。わかった。私知ってるから。だから、私と一緒にここを出よう。病院に行こう。ね。手が痛いよ。ナナは、なんでリミさんのことを知ってるんだっけ？リミさんなの？リミさんが
Probably. She probably did, actually. It was a little trolling. Remy, who realized that something was wrong with Nanami, instantly looked to Norose. With a scornful grin painted on his face, he simply observed Remy and Nanami's exchange.
何を見せてるの?
Nanami's gaze was fixed on Remy. Trembling like a newborn fawn, she slowly stood up, and then she held out her right wrist as if offering Remy her palm. A bandage drenched in blood. It almost appeared as if her hand were still connected. And yet, one after the other, vibrant scarlet drops fell from the bandage without reprieve. By her feet, a pool of blood grew larger and larger with each passing second. She needs medical attention fast. But despite how frantic she was, Remy was unable to get any closer. For getting closer to Nanami would mean getting closer to that man. It frustrated her greatly, leaving her on the verge of tears.
リミさんが持ってたの。ナナちゃん、帰ろう。こっちに来て。どうして持ってくの？返して。ナナのバングル、返して。落ち着いて、ナナちゃん。お兄からもらったナナの大切なあれは誰にも
Don't worry, I don't have it. We don't have it. We're good.
返してよ。
I don't have it.
ナナちゃん。返して。
Together with her pained scream. What? Does everybody get a D sword but me? Bro! Everybody gets a D sword but me. What is this? What? Bro. Judge? Ref? A single drop of blood fell from her right wrist. Before it had the opportunity to hit the ground, the drop crystallized at high speed. Originating from nothing, with the drop at its center, a mineral-esque object burst into view. It was as if a carapace formed from minerals had ripped through a rift in space. In the blink of an eye, it took shape. It resembled a cross far more than the object that had previously held Nanami. Or perhaps it was a sword which pierced itself perpendicularly, as if rejecting all. Everybody around me is just getting D-swords by doing like nothing. And I am like put on public humiliation in front of all of the Shibuya Scramble, okay? And I don't even get a D-sword. Bro. And Nanami, as if embracing it, held it close to her chest. Tears born from all the sadness within her fell upon it. Her D-sword flickered scarlet, as if one with her pulse.
ナナちゃんもキガロマニアックスだったの。
Cope seethed mauled. Listen, I just want my D sword. I've been working hard for it, okay? Apparently everybody else around me is also a Gigalomaniac, and they're just naturally better at it than me.
今日だけは
Meanwhile, who the fuck are you?
ナナのわがまま
Who are
受け止
you?
めてよ。
Be gone from this room. I'm not even real. Be gone. I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low, and while she was trying her best to hold them in, tears ran down her pained face all the same. I took one look at her, and then I returned my gaze to the ceiling, resuming my mission of counting the rusted spots.
別れたって僕には何もできないよ。
I don't know what the fuck you want from me, woman.
僕は妄想の存在なんだから。妄想の。
そんなこと言わないでよ。お兄が妄想のはずないじゃん。だってナナは小さい頃のお兄のこと知ってるもん。いつもナナに世話かけさせて、ちっとも頼りにならないけど、でもお兄は昔からずっと。
Wait, she was right. It was just that she'd said. I had memories from when Nanami was little. I had memories from my childhood. I had memories of watching the news reporting on the bus accident my classmates had been in. The one that had happened on the field trip I hadn't been able to go to. I even remember my teacher, Mr. Saito, who had passed away in the accident. The words of Rimi, a total stranger, or the words of Nanami, who I'd grown up with. It went without saying which to believe. The right person to believe wasn't Rimi. The right person to believe was Nanami. The one who's very clearly not real in front of me. If we're to believe the other stuff going on. But he doesn't know that. So it's fine. If Nanami was real, that meant that I, too, was real.
Nanami.
I extended my hand towards her. Nanami's existence was my one and only hope. The sole existence that would save me.
助けて。Nanami.
If Nanami's warmth was real, then I proved that I was real too. Nanami, who had been crying from loneliness, wiped away her tears. Looked at me with her reddened eyes, smiled at me with her tearful smile, and I nodded. Then again, then once more. By doing so, if I could save Nanami, by doing so, I could save myself. I would gladly hug this bratty little sister of mine, no matter the time or place. I would hug my one and only sister in this world, the one that shared my blood.
Nanami. 助けて。
I wanted to feel her warmth as soon as I could, and so, opening my arms to welcome her into my chest, I prepared to hug her. Tightly, ever so tightly. Let me snooze the ads real quick. There we go. But right at that very moment, Bro, what do you mean? Bro, he's about to have a Joker moment. It's all over. Bro. That's not good. We are mentally fucked now. We are mentally fucked now. Nanami's body was enveloped in a faint light, and she burst into countless blue particles. One after another, the particles burst like bubbles in the air. The air in which my arms remained extended never received the hug I so desired. My chest never feeling the warmth I so desired. Right before my very eyes, Nanami had vanished. I mean, that's a fair response. It's rolled again. The world just really wants to break you, and it worked. He's done. Takumi is just done. with only her left hand, Nishijo Nanami tightly embraced the D sword that had been born of her own blood. Her right arm, meanwhile, only lay upon it. But before we get into that, let's get into some ad bullshit before we go into the next scene. Enjoy, hopefully, the last bit of ads that we have to deal with for tonight. And then we can wrap up this chapter, hopefully. So I'll be right back. Stay safe, gamers. All right, are we back? I'm thinking we're back. Yeah, I'm thinking we're back. We're ready to lose our goddamn minds. With only her left hand, Nishijo Nanami tightly embraced the D-sword that had been born of her own blood. Her right arm, meanwhile, only lay upon it. Her blood, seeping from the bandage on her right wrist, slowly ran down the sword's fuller.
痛い。知ってたの？ナナちゃんがギガロマニアックスだって。
Rimi's question was directed at Norase, who had evidently chosen to remain a spectator. No matter how much Rimi glared his way, he always retained the same composed look on his face.
偶然の産物というものですよ。
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに。 何が偶然なの？
It just was a coincidence.
君の時のような苦労はしませんでした。我が社にはすでに覚醒させるためのマニュアルが確立していますから。もっとも西条匠にだけはそのマニュアルも通用しませんが、イレギュラーな化け物は扱いづらいことこの上ない。
化け物だなんて言わないで。
Takami's just built different, okay? You can't use the standard methods on him. He's just built different.
君も化け物だからですか？
そういう話はしてない。
虚無から生まれたものだからと言い換えた方が良かったですね。
Averting her gaze, Remy bit her lip in frustration, her trembling had yet to cease. Did he just imply that she is also a delusion? Is every character in this a delusion? In direct opposition to her wish to save Nanami, her legs refused to move. It was as if they had taken root inside the floor. When I subtitled this stream "Nothing is Real," I thought it was only going to refer to Takami. I didn't realize it was going to refer to literally everybody and everything. I didn't realize just how much that would apply to everything. Nodose, meanwhile, caressed Nanami's head almost lovingly, acting as if he was under no threat whatsoever. Nanami had no reaction to this. She simply hung her head low as she repeatedly drew shallow breaths.
闇のある一点だけを灯しているスポットライト。その周囲には無数の死体が転がっているのでしょうが、誰にも見えない。
そんな話。
例えば君が自殺をしたら、スポットライトは数十センチ横にずれて、君を闇で覆ってくれるでしょう。そして、何も知らない別の誰かが、代わりにスポットライトを浴びる。
Prompted by Remy's sharp tone, Nodose shrugged his shoulders, then returned to silence.
痛い。ナナちゃんを解放してほしいんだけど。
拘束は解きましたが？
連れて帰る。
構いませんよ。もう用済みです。
Yeah, see if she'll go. She won't.
帰ろう。その件は消して。
She won't go, but you're free to try.
だったらバングル返して。
I don't know where the fuck your bangle is. I don't know what to tell you.
返すから。
Remy knew where Nana's hand was being kept. On that day, on the night Nanami's hand had been delivered to Takami's room, after Takami had collapsed from sheer humiliation on the roof of O-Front, Remy had retrieved the hand from within the refrigerator. Shogun was the one who had it now. It was in cold storage to keep it from decomposing. The mango, too, was... Well, don't worry, we have it. Okay, then let's go get it. Nanami's voice, which had only been speaking in incoherent mumbles, was gradually growing more and more intense.
落ち着いて深呼吸して。自分をしっかり持って。
一つ聞きますが。
Narase's sudden interruption elicited a click of Remy's tongue, though only in her mind.
西条匠にとっては、君たち二人のうち、どちらがより重要度が高い存在ですか？
Probably Nanami, but we also probably don't want to answer this question. Remy cast her eyes downward.
リミさんなんか。
While Nanami instead raised her head, a sparkle returned to her once empty eyes. A glaring, brilliant shine, one that warranted only a single descriptor. Abnormal. In a panic, Remy frantically attempted to brace herself, only to be frozen in place by the sudden darkness. It was as if all the lights had been turned off. Remy had no way of knowing whether it had been intentional or accidental. Remy whispered so in an attempt to encourage herself. Her voice made the air undulate. Undulate? But it melded itself into the dark before long. She then noticed that she could no longer hear Noatu's growling rumblings. I hate the dark. It always reminds me of back then. Remy tried looking around, but all she could see was darkness, spread through every corner. No speck of the concept known as light existed. She could not see. Could she not see because it was dark? Or could it perhaps be because her sight was not working properly? We just turned off your eyes? Eyes.exe stopped working? She had even lost the ability to tell up from down. She could not tell where she was anymore. Her 5 senses had been eroded by darkness, and now her body was unable to recognize anything. As if her body had been turned into a gas. As if her consciousness had slipped away from its vessel. Past and present fused as one, and Remy's memories began to intermix. When was now? When was the past? Then, in the world ruled only by sheer darkness, a single ray of light shone down. And there, within the circular spotlight, was Remy, cradling her knees close to her chest. Remy was seeing the very scene from within the darkness. It's the same as back then. Back then, Remy had nothing. Before she knew it, she had been confined and tortured. But rather than anything physical, the psychological pain she suffered had been far greater. A daily life born from the depths of hell. A daily life consisting solely of enduring. How she had been before that, Remy did not know. When and how had she been confined? For how long had she been tortured? That Remy did not know. But something told her that this was not due to memory loss. The moment she suddenly opened her eyes, a consciousness known as herself had been born, or so she felt. Perhaps the one inhabiting this body before her, unable to escape from all the pain, had ended her own life within her delusions. And then perhaps, as a new her, a new personality, the current Remy had been born. Perhaps there had been countless other hers before her. Even the name Sakihara Remy may have been different each time. To myself, I don't exist. Something moved amid the darkness. Remy stood up, then slowly began to move towards it. And as she moved, so did the spotlight. And what she found was a dead Remy lying on the ground. Without ever looking at Remy, a whisper flowed from Remy's mouth.
あなたは何番目?
What number are you?
私は
Yeah, you just got frickin' delusioned, idiot. Why don't you wake up from that, dummy? Yeah, get psychologically fucked with. Meanwhile, Nanami is also not doing good over there. Remy's eyeballs twitched incessantly. An endless amount of tears ran down from the corners of her eyes. Her D-sword then slipped from her hands, and Remy sank to the floor. Much like a child would, she covered her face with her hands and weakly shook her head. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Nanami stared at her with a vacant look on her face, while Nodose let out a short, disinterested snort. Meanwhile, very sane individual. Oh no. He truly has entered the Joker mode. This is it. Nanami had vanished without a trace. She had turned into bubbles before my very eyes. Her substance had simply ceased to exist.
どこだよ。出てきてよ。
We're having a very normal one.
いるんだろ。また、いたずらか。隠れてるんだ。やめろよ。
My vision grew blurry from my tears. No matter how many times I wiped them away, the lukewarm droplets kept pouring out. But both this warmth and the feelings making me shed these tears were delusions. I myself was one after all. Nanami had been a delusion. I've been stupid to believe it would all be okay. My hopes have been crushed just like that.
で、いつ、この妄想って冷めるの？早く冷めてよ。
Not even I knew who I was talking to, but right now I was fine with anyone. I just wanted to be heard.
この妄想が冷めた。
Yeah, I'll be an alpha when I wake up, obviously. Sigma male when I wake up.
なんだ。
I'll have all the girls surrounding me, okay? I won't have my bitch sister annoying me anymore, alright? I'll be an alpha. I'll be making big moves, plenty of money, alright? For my mansion, playing my games.
彼女と付き合ってて。
Obviously, cute girlfriend, or several.
その子がリミとか
Yeah,
セナみたいな電波
no,
を
none of
な
that.
くて。
Yeah, no. Yeah, she'll be good, like Serotan, of course. She will be Serotan, actually.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
Groveling on the floor, I buried my head in the mountain of trash and tightly gripped Serotan. I tried my best to avert my eyes from reality as I pounded the floor with my fists, but I couldn't. Rimi's words pummeled my mind relentlessly.
死にたい。死にたいよ。どうして誰も僕を殺してねえ。セラタン殺して僕を殺して。
そんなに死にたいの？
死にたい。こんなのもう嫌だ。自分の存在が嫌だ。何も考えたくない。生きていたくない。
かわいそうなタッキー。
Poor little Taki.
だったらすぐに殺される方法を教えてあげる。
What? What? Ah, this is why you're my waifu. Serotan always devoted herself to me, commendably so.
とりあえず外に出るさ。
Just go out. You're on a roof, Taki. Just jump.
外に。
It's not that hard, Taki. Doing as I was told, I stood up and headed for the door. And then, after nearly tripping and falling over trash countless times, I exited my base. And no need to question her. Serotan would never betray me. She was my waifu, after all. And she was in 3D. That's important. Once I was outside, a strange sound hit my ears. This sound... Hadn't I heard it somewhere before?
この音を追いかけて。
追いかけたら殺してもらえるの。
Yeah, you will. You'll be jumping off the roof.
そういうこと。
Yepperoni.
優しく殺してもらえるかな。
Probably not.
私が保証するよ。
You got my word, schnookums.
よかった。やっと死ねる。
This sound was my messiah, the bell of salvation that would grant me passage to the promised land. With Serotan in hand, I set off toward the sound. Whenever I got close to the sound, it would move further away, almost like it was guiding me somewhere. Almost like it's actually probably just an otaku with a backpack walking near me. Every time I seemed to be onto it, it would quickly become distant. Every time I seemed to lose track of it, it would come close and wait for me. As though it had a will of its own. A sound with a will of its own. It reminded me of Shogun's existence. His face flashed through my mind, but I quickly grew indifferent to it. Whether it was him or someone else, as long as someone killed me, I didn't mind. I even stopped wondering about the true nature of the sound. I was a delusionary existence, and I was going to die pretty soon, so there was no point caring. With my head completely empty of all thoughts, like a moth to flame, I staggered after the sound. A barrage of noise now surrounded me. I was unable to differentiate any of them. With the click of my tongue, I tried to find the origin of the clamor, only to gulp instead. Suddenly, without me having realized it, I was standing in Scramble Crossing. It was then that I realized that the clamor was coming from the sheer number of people crammed into the crossing. It was almost jam-packed. Everyone was pushing right up against each other, like a morning train ride during rush hour. Get you the kind of woman that can actually just kill you, true. Granted, when I'd been broadcasted from the top of O-Front, there was an even bigger number of people here. Now that I had thought about it, Grim had mentioned something about this. Something about being a festival at Scramble Crossing tonight. What the hell is this, Sarah? I have nothing but horrible memories of this place. Why did you bring me here? Well, we did negative before last time, so... For revenge? Where's the person who's gonna kill me, Sarah-tan? Where are they? Right in front of you. Everybody here is gonna fucking kill you. This tremendous crowd on this cold autumn night. Just what kind of festival could make so many people gather here to the point of there being no room to breathe? Everyone was focused on me. I braced myself for it to happen again, being verbally abused, laughed at, humiliated. My legs froze as I recalled the trauma from back then. And yet... They're cheering for me! Show us a glorious death? Oh no, you can do it! Kill yourself! Oh no! It's okay, this is the positive delusion here. We'll never forget you. They're ready to put us on TikTok already, I see it. The onlookers' reactions were different from last time. Rather than insults, everyone was hitting me with kind words of encouragements. They were telling me to die. Dies of cringe. Yeah, I mean, you know, he basically died of cringe metaphorically before, and now he will literally die from cringe. It's fine. It all comes around. I was so confused. I had to blink a few times. Were they cheering me on? It was just for me? For me? For me? For Taki? Before me, a pathway showed itself in the center of a crowd of people. They formed an arch with their arms, urging me to go through. It was like an elementary school graduation. Past the many arms was the entrance to O-Front, and so I nervously started heading towards it. As I walked, words of comfort were thrown my way without end. Once I stepped inside O-Front, even the Tatsuya and Starbricks employees greeted me with applause. Courage gradually came to me. Courage to finally die. The rooftop of O-Front was just as dark as last time. I gulped. Reminded of what had transpired the last time I'd come here, I hesitated to move any farther for a moment. Even after gathering all that courage, I was made painfully aware of how much of a pussy I truly was. No matter what happened, that would never change. Suddenly, a wheelchair creaked. A wheeled chair creaked. I can say it properly, I swear. And together with that noise, just like he had last time, Shogun revealed himself. He was wearing the Darth Spider helmet today as well. But Shogun wasn't the only one here. Senna? You... Kozupi? You're an awesome possum, Takumi-chan. You are? Ayase? Wow, the whole... Well, not the whole squad. We're missing Nanami and Remy, but basically most of the squad's here. Oh my god. Senna, Kazupi, Yua, and Ayase. All of them stood in a line, smiling at me, telling me to kill myself. You guys too? We're all just going to... Alright. On both sides of me, Cosby and Ayase took one of my arms each. But it wasn't just us that held hands. Senna and Yua joined us too. All 5 of us stood hand in hand. Was this a recreation of the group dive? The crowd down below, watching us with bated breath, clapped in unison. It was as if they were giving us their blessing, extolling us.
さようなら。君のことは忘れないよ。
Thank you, Suwa? Is that who's talking right now? Shogun waved us goodbye with his slender hand. Then Cosby and Ayase pulled me in. As if they were inviting me to frolic with them. As if they were inviting me to dance with them. All while they had the most gentle smiles on their faces. And so, without feeling even an ounce of fear, I, ever so smoothly, was able to dance away into the air. And then I woke up. Such thoughts came to mind. How wonderful would it be if I could die such a happy death? And yet in the end, it too had been a delusion. The path the people in front of me was real, the path that seemed to guide me forward, but no one was making an arch with their arms. Everyone looked at me, but their eyes were cold and sharp, staring daggers at me with what felt close to murderous intent. Everyone was out for blood. No one had been waiting for me. No one had given me their blessing. All the energy they'd had back when I had humiliated myself atop O-Front was gone. The reality was I probably wouldn't be able to die a happy death, but I'd already expected that even before all this. Even so, it didn't matter to me. As long as I died, it didn't matter. As long as someone killed me, it didn't matter. And so, as I laughed and laughed, I walked through the path between the people. When I looked up, I realized that all 4 of the enormous jumbotrons were showing footage of me walking through the crowd. What the fuck? I was sure that, just like last time, this was a national broadcast too. If the viewer rate was even 40%, I would die while being watched by approximately 48 million people. The death of me, who was no more than a delusionary existence. The death of me, who had no value whatsoever. The death of me, who was wholly entirely worthless. Caught in 4K to 48 million fucking people. Is that what you all want to see? Well then, congratulations. Here you go. It doesn't matter either way to me. As long as I die, I don't care how many people see it. You can all see it. And so I stood before the battery of cameras and microphones. A swarm of flashes burst in unison. Blinding lights flashed intermittently. Straining my eyes, I fought to endure them. And then a reporter, that was probably in his 40s, spoke up. I had seen him on a number of talk shows before. Fuck if I know. Great performance. I am going to kill myself now live on television. Thank you for all for coming.
ところで、実は今日の昼に逮捕された貼り付け事件の容疑者は実行犯に過ぎなくて黒幕がいるっていう話があるんだけど、どう思うかな?
Oh yeah, somebody else was caught for the crucifixion case. It's just a pawn. The actual killer was this girl I go to school with. Her name's Remy. Don't worry about that. I'm killing myself here, guys. Let's not talk about that. Why was this random guy acting all buddy-buddy with me? And what was the last part supposed to mean? Was he asking for my opinion? I guess when the media called up the criminal psychology professors every time, and they always said the same standard, uninteresting bullshit, even an amateur like me could serve as a replacement. Regardless, I couldn't have any less of an opinion on what the guy was talking about. I had lost all interest in New Gen. I'd come here to be killed, not to answer questions. I had no energy for it.
それでね、西条君、ズバリ聞くけど、真犯人と目される人物は通称その目誰の目と言われていて、それは君なんじゃないかっていう噂があるんだよね。
そうかもね。
Fuck if I know. Maybe it is. I don't even know anymore. My whispers were broadcast all throughout Shibuya via the Chomotron speakers. Commotion ensued. The bloodthirsty atmosphere got even stronger among the people gathered here. Just kill me already. Set me free. Stop asking me for things. And yet, despite my wishes, the microphones came even closer. They were pushed so violently towards me, the next step would be shoving one straight in my mouth. The other reporters too were raining questions down on me incessantly.
それは事件への関与を認める発言と考えていいんですか？
現実とゲームとの区別ができなくなるような経験はありますか？
Often.
逮捕された狛江田容疑者との関係について聞かせてください。
I don't know who the fuck that is.
人を殺したのはやはりゲーム感覚だったりします？
Sometimes. In a sense, I was like a video game character. Someone, please reset me. Just get me to game over once and for all. As soon as those words left my mouth, the crowd, at the peak of its tension, exploded.
死ね！
人でなしきち
殺してやるよ。
Good, please.
死刑にしろ！
Yes, that's what I want.
ぶち殺せ！
Yes, please. Go right ahead. Dozo.
殺人鬼！
That's me. I did that. Death penalty, please. I was overwhelmed by the waves of people, and as the screams and shouts swarmed, I was swallowed up by the undulating masses. I was tossed around and jostled, crushed to nothing and pulverized. Being shoved by people in all directions, my body started floating. My soul left the ground. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't do anything. I was struck on the head, punched in the arms, but none of it was painful enough to kill me. And with no room to breathe, I started to suffocate. But I didn't resist. I entrusted my body to the chaos, and in doing so, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and my body fell to the floor. Saratan fell from my hands and toppled onto the asphalt. Countless feet lined up the trees in a forest, like trees in a forest, and as they writhed about, my waifu rolled through the gaps between them. Despite extending my hand, I couldn't reach her. Her face, complete with that endlessly radiant smile of hers, a smile that soothed my soul, was stepped on by someone's shoe. I'm a little busy here, Saratan. You said they were going to kill me, so that's what they're doing, so enjoy. Her small body was kicked farther away, and some lady in red high heels ended up crushing her torso. What did you think was going to happen here, Saratan?
Sarah.
No matter how much I called out to her, no answer came. My one and only ally was gone. It felt like my chest was being crushed by sorrow, and I lost all reason to stay in this world, to live. And when I looked up, surrounded by people as I was, even the night sky was hidden away from me. No one noticed I was there, slumped down on the ground, even though I was right there, even though I was asking for someone to kill me. Why was everyone ignoring me? Suddenly, I felt it, right in the nape of my neck. That tingling sensation. God's gaze.
君は
And within my mind,
ここで死んじゃダメだ。
but I want to. A certain voice rang. I gulped.
理想度を
I would love to. This is where you show me everything, and I'm supposed to find a D sword from a shape that sort of looks like a lamppost or some shit. And firmly gritted my back teeth.
Shogun!
I searched for that wheelchair among the crowd, for that bastard cosplaying as Darth Spider. So you were the one behind this festival, huh? I knew it. Are you planning to wheel out here and threaten me, all while you're in your offensive Darth Spider cosplay? You trying to recreate what happened last time? I wished for death the entire time I'd been alive. I'd just been some tool for everyone's amusement, and I couldn't take it anymore.
あの時の自称将軍は僕じゃない。
I like this story.
僕はコスプレはしないよ。
I don't care, just kill me, please.
あいつらが動き出しているんだ。
What?
この場は今以上の混乱になるよ。
But how can it get more chaotic than it is?
す
They?
べての黒幕。この混乱を引き起こした者たち。
The
混
government,
乱
of
を利用し
course.
て利己を追求しようとする者たち。
The government, the church, FaithWorks, Nozomi Technologies.
彼らを止められるのは君だけなんだ。
Me? Taki? I stood up. The angry voices kept surging above my head. No one was looking at me. The onlookers of the people from the media were all jumbled together, grabbing each other, cursing at each other, pursuing or punching each other. Why were they?
沈黙の兵器。ノア2はすでに稼働してる。この混乱が起とされた一番の目的は、無差別人体実験。
Something hard hit my head. A sharp pain ran through me, a pain so intense I thought my skull had been broken. My hands automatically shot up to my head, cradling it. As I looked around with tears in my eyes, I found a rock on the ground the size of a fist. A tiny smear of blood colored part of it. Someone had thrown that rock, and it hit me. A throbbing pain coursed through me. Moving my hand toward the source, my fingers touched something sticky. Bringing my hand down in front of my face, I saw blood on my fingertips. My own blood. Oh shit, gunshots. I heard a dry explosion in the distance, followed by a lady screaming. A gunshot? There were people with guns here? Why was everyone so worked up? Why was everyone fighting each other despite being total strangers? Why was this so chaotic? The villain's sacrifice everyone was waiting for, was it mine?
渋谷の GE レート。バイオリズムがありえないくらいに上昇してるんだよ。言ったでしょ。無差別人体実験だって。この場にいる人たちは今、見えない攻撃を受けているんだ。
Then I heard a sound, a creaking, rusty sound. A sound akin to a dying woman gasping for air. The sound of a wheelchair. Despite how many people were there, despite the wall of people surging erratically, Shogun moved his wheelchair forward. And without bumping into anyone, without getting dragged into a single fight, he made his way straight to me. Ever so small, with a body of skin and bone, he was covered in wrinkles and looked so frail. It was as if he might break at the slightest touch. His eyes were cloudy as could be. I didn't know what he was looking at, nor what he saw through those eyes. I couldn't bring myself to look away anymore, and suddenly the tumult surrounding me began to grow distant.
ずっと君を見ていたよ。
It was the same voice as the time we had first met. It wasn't that strange voice I had heard at O-Front.
君は誰なの？
僕は君だよ。
That's what I figured. And with those few words, I finally understood.
僕を妄想して生み出したのも、神の自然の正体も君だったんだね。
うん。
He was my creator, the existence who had envisioned me within a delusion. Someone who I could never hope to match up to.
君の名前は
Nishijo Takumi, duh.
西条匠。
Duh. Did you not get the memo? The real me, the original me.
君はいくつなの？
I don't know, 18?
君と同い年だよ。君の設定とね。
You know, your backstory. 17 years old. Even though he was so small, even though he was covered in wrinkles, he was 17 years old.
このままだと世界が死んじゃう。ノア2にあらゆる人の心は支配されちゃう。だから君に託したんだ。
Entrusted? Entrusted what exactly?
意味がわかんないよ。そんなの僕には関係ない。頼むよ。僕を消して。今すぐに消してほしい。
Shogun's wrinkles stirred. He was likely making an expression, but I couldn't see it as anything other than wrinkles shifting on his face.
全部僕のせいなんだ。僕が IR2 を妄想しちゃったせいで。
I just wrote down math shit and somehow it turned out to break everything.
なんとか止めようとしたけど、僕はこんな体だから満足に動くこともできない。それで君を生み出した。君に止めてもらうために。
そんなの知らない。僕は君のコピーだけど、僕はやりたくない。コピーだけが苦しまなくちゃいけないなんて、そんなの嫌だ。死なせてよ。
君はコピーじゃない。 もう一人の僕だ。
What's the difference?
つまりコピーじゃないか。君のしてることはすごく残酷だ。
悪かったって思ってるよ。でも他に方法はなかった。今世界の命運は君にかかっていると言っても過言じゃないんだ。
Yeah, what else is new? I'm used to it.
そんなのリミに頼めばいいじゃないか。
Just ask Remy.
知り合いなんでしょ。
Acquaintances. I said that on purpose. I didn't want to think they were lovers or good friends. And so, only then did I realize my feelings. I was jealous of the original me. That was rich, coming from a delusionary existence. What a fucking disgrace. I couldn't believe myself. There was not knowing your place, and then there was this. My own feelings made me want to throw up. My emotions continued to spiral. I wanted to die.
リミはナナミを助けに行って逆に捕まっちゃったんだ。リミはね、僕を救おうとしてくれていた。その理由は君も知っているよね。
あれは空。あの空はどうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい。
Is that the color you're seeing right now? Because it looks like it's a lot of white going on, not blue, but...
それを望んだから。
there you go. That's better.
私は望んでない。
僕が望んだんだ。ここは君の心象世界であると同時に僕の。
Remy turned towards me. She stared at me, her face deeply puzzled.
あなた誰？ここには私以外はいないはずなのに、あなたは別の私。
違うよ。
だったら誰？どうやってここに来たの？私の心の中だよ。ずっと暗闇しかなかった。光は私に当たるスポットライトだけ。それなのにあなたが来た途端に暗闇がなくなって空ができた。
妄想がシンクロしたんだ。君の力がとても強かったから。
そう。
Remy looked up towards the sky once more. It was a crystal clear azure sky.
私、本物の空、見たことないんだ。私っていう人格が生まれた時にはね、もう暗い部屋に閉じ込められてた。心の中も外も闇しかなかった。そこからは絶対に出してもらえないの。私今死のうとしてたんだ。心を自殺させるの。きっとこれまでの私もそうしてきたと思うし、でもせっかくあなたが空を持ってきてくれたから、この光景を記憶に刻んでおいていいかな。
死にたいの？
うん。
本当の空を見てみたいとは思わないの？
Sure, why not?
ねえ、空って本当に
あるよ。でも現実の空はこの空よりも汚れてる。
どこにある？あの空はどこにあるの？
君が望めば。
望んでいいの？
もちろんだよ。
どうやって望むの？
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は 色として捉えるんだ。自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめてごらん。君の望む世界の色を作り出せる。世界は君の望みに応えてくれるよ。
Several days, even months perhaps, had then passed since that encounter, and one day Remy had come to my hospital room. She and I were fellow patients at the same hospital, fellow possessors of something that had transcended human understanding, the power of gigolomania, an attribute we were unsure whether to abhor or to take great pride in.
お兄、お客さんだよ。ねえねえ、誰？彼女さん、いつの間に？やるね、お兄ってば。
Way to go!
また会えたね。
She was deeply haggard. Her skin was morbidly pale, her hair was dry and neglected, growing according to its own whims, her fingernails were cracked. Her eyes constantly squinted, as if dazzled by a brilliant light.
本物の空は見られた？
うん。あ、そうだ。
Nanami, who had been watching us talking, suddenly clapped her hands in apparent remembrance.
ナナ、お洗濯してこなくちゃ。リミさんでしたっけ？
You two have fun! Have fun! Nanami left the room. Remy and I vacantly watched her depart. Remy then turned back towards me.
匠はいつから入院してるの？
A while.
5年ぐらい。
5 years.
退院の予定は？
Probably never.
ないよ。僕の余命は
Oh shit.
あと2年ぐらいだと思うし。
私はあなたのおかげで頑張ることができた。終わりなんて絶対にないと思ってた。でもあなたが教えてくれた空を見る。
It's right there. We have a window. It's just right there.
そしたら急に外に出してもらえた。用済みになったって言った方が正しいかもしれないけど。
そう。
私はあなたに救われたの。だから今度は私があなたの力になりたい。
そんなの気にしなくていい。わざわざ僕に会いに来なくてもいいよ。君にはこれから普通に生きてほしい。
普通の生き方なんて。
Remy's past. Remy's feelings. Remy's resolve. My chest tightened as I remembered them all.
なんでリミは僕に近づいてきたの？
彼女は君の近くにいることで、君の行動、君に接触してくる人間のことを監視して、君を覚醒させないようにしていたんだ。彼女を恨まないであげて。彼女はただおせっかいなだけなんだ。
Just a little meddler. We do a little meddling. A tinge of sadness appeared in Shogun's voice.
巻き込みたくなかったのに。彼女は僕がどれだけ止めても聞いてくれなかった。勝手に僕に恩義なんか感じて。本当におせっかいだよ。
リミとナナミは誰に捕まってるの？
プロジェクトノアの責任者。すべての黒幕。野呂瀬源一。かつてリミを捕らえて拷問していた男でもある。それなのにリミはナナミと僕と、そして君を助けるためにあの男のところへたった一人で乗り込んでいっちゃった。
A voice echoed within my head. It uttered the words of a Remy I didn't know. Words she had spoken to Shogun.
リミ？
うん。私、実は、ちょっとした報告があります。
Oh, this is the call,
ナ
right?
ナちゃんを、これか
Yeah,
ら
this is the call from earlier in this chapter.
やめるんだ。君はあの男、ノロゼとはもう会いたくないでしょ。
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりき。
ナナミを助けるのもプロジェクトノアを止めるのも僕のやるべきことだ。
言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それにタクには関わらせたくない。
おせっかいだね。
そうかもね。あなたにしか言われたことはないけど。ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。タクにね。しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって。何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやか学生生活もあの学校に大地と友達だ。私がタクと一緒にタクの存在、そのタクってどうしようもないくらい。
Yeah, we'd already heard this all before, so I'm just kind of skipping through her side of it.
なのに私この気持ちって
インプリンティングのようなものかもし。
Imprinting. The automatic assumption present in some animals in which a newborn child recognizes the first thing it sees as its parent. This can occur even if the parent is of a different species than the child. Even after imprinting occurs, it is possible to force a child to change who they recognize as their parent by presenting them with a substitute. Thank you for banning the bot. Thank you so much.
本能っていうことかな。それって意外とロマンチックかも。
君が楽しかったならきっと彼も楽しかったと思うよ。
そうだといいな。私はタクと似たようなものだから。肉体が妄想から作られた存在と人格が妄想から作られた存在とどっちも変わらないでしょ。だからタクのこと消したくなかった。消さなくちゃダメだって思ってたんだけどね。でもいつの間にか感情移入しちゃったみたい。タクにはごく普通に暮らしていってもらいたいの。私はタクミもタクもねえ、タクのことはそっとしておいてあげて。
そういうわけにはいかない。ノア2を破壊するために。
私が何とかするから。
No, you can't.
君はそんなことしなくていい。
You'll try to and it won't work out.
君こそごく普通に暮らしていくべきだ。
さてと、そろそろ切るね。
リミ、やめて。
本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。
Everything.
私が全部決着をつけてくるから。ね、匠。
Beep, beep, beep. After it was already too late, Rumi's words sank into my heart. She really was a hopeless meddler. Why did she have to keep fighting so hard? Why did she have to keep acting so selfishly? Or selflessly?
私は
Yeah, selflessly. Because I'm on your side,
タ
Taku.
クの味方だから。
Memories of Rumi all came back to me. Memories of the short time we had spent together until now. Memories of the feelings that had been hidden behind every word she'd said.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
Over the past year and a half, if I had to summarize what I'd done, it'd mostly be ESO, RMT, and Eroge. That's probably fair. I devoted myself entirely to those things, all while staying shut inside my base. I'd barely gone to school, and I rarely talked to anyone. Born into this world, I lived as though I were dead. But for the past month or so, that had changed. Even though, as a result of this, I'd been lied to.
朝、一緒に学校行って。
She had stayed by the side of someone like me.
学校では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話して。
She had given me peace of mind when I was quivering in fear.
お昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて。
She had supported the failure that I was, encouraged me.
夕方、一緒に帰って。
She had embraced
帰
me.
るついでに、たまにどこかのお店に寄ったりして。
She had taught a delusionary existence like me the warmth that humanity held.
タクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりして。
She could have erased me, and yet she had tried to protect me.
それでまた明日ねって手を振って別れて。
She had made memories with me.
そんなのでいいなら私いくらでもしてあげるよ。
In my 1.5-year long life, I could still vividly remember the time I had spent with her even now.
そういうの結構憧れなんだ。
Remy's little gestures. Remy's scent wafting from her hair. Remy's little sighs and that sound that came from them. Remy's glimmering eyes. Remy's cheerful voice. Remy's tender warmth. Just Remy. Ah, I see. I was in love with Remy. Yeah, no shit. How disgusting was that? What a freak. True. A wry smile crept onto my face in response to my own creepiness. Is probably what he's gonna do. Is he gonna... No. A delusionary existence falling in love? Were feelings of love something that a delusionary existence could feel? Or were they a mere illusion? I really didn't know, but I wanted to be true to those feelings. Remy saw me as a friend. There was no way she saw me as someone of the opposite sex. Besides, an otaku freak like me wouldn't go well together with her. But even so, even if she didn't love me back, even if it was just for my own satisfaction, even if I was just a delusionary existence, I, at least, wanted to do something for someone, for Remy, before I disappeared. It was disgusting that a disgusting otaku freak would fall in love. It was disgusting that a disgusting delusionary existence would fall in love. But so what? Even if it was disgusting, even if it wouldn't go anywhere, I didn't want to brush these feelings away as mere illusions and delusions. The memories of this past month were both Remy's and mine, mutually recognized between both of us. Even if the rest was just make-believe, these memories and the feelings born from them were real.
世界を救ってほしい。
Don't you and me both, buddy. So Shogun said. I shook my head.
僕は勇者じゃない。人間でもない。そんな僕に世界を救えとか。
He's just like,
何を考えてるの?
He's like, what do you mean? That's what I made you for. Okay? That's your job. Get to work.
君には本当に悪いと思ってるけど、君にやってもらうしかないんだ。
自分に謝るなんてバカみたいだ。
I glared at the real me. The real me caught the fake me's gaze.
僕は君が嫌いだ。
僕は君が羨ましいよ。
I envy you.
僕は世界のためになんか頑張らない。世界を救うとか、そんなことどうでもいい。
I'd be the one to give meaning to my birth.
ただ、僕はリミを
Oh my god.
助ける。
Lidzy with the raid. How's it going, gamers? We are losing our fucking minds. Nothing is real here. Thank you so much for the shout out. What were you guys doing? Were you just chilling out? You just hanging? Hello, everybody. We are losing our minds with Chaos Head. I'm pretty sure we've moved past the point where we just wanted somebody to kill us, but now we're still in a crowd of people who are going crazy, and we are most likely... People have guns that are coming out now. I don't know if we're going to survive, but apparently we got to save the world. That's just how it goes. I believe in us. I believe we can do it. The sounds around me started coming back. More and more oil was being poured on the fires of chaos. It had already become a riot. I was hit with the smell of blood around me. I heard the sounds of screams, shouts, moans, and a mechanical noise that sounded almost like audio feedback. It all pooled together and overflowed across the... Oh yeah, also, there's like otakus walking around with like these backpack things that are like mind controlling people or like doing weird shit, sending delusions to people. You gotta kill those guys, okay? They're doing the weird sound shit and makes people do weird shit. People are fighting each other. You can hear the punches. Shit's fucked here. He's gotta find his D. We're gonna find the D. No, I don't. I've been trying. Everybody else is getting them, but not me. I don't know how I'm supposed to get it. My gaze moved upward, looking for the silhouette of a sword, blending into the scenery. Rocks were thrown around, canisters of tear gas made smoke rise from the ground, and people from every direction crashed into me time and time again. There's patents, okay? There's patents and all sorts of weird shit. You gotta understand, there's a lot of stuff going on in Shibuya. A lot of stuff. People are dying here. In the center of it all, I focused and sought the sword I had once seen from the roof of O-Front. It had to be visible already. Without a doubt, it had to be here, somewhere. I lost amid the scenery. My D-sword was already right beside me. Now seize it. But there it is. Just grab it. I found it. Just grab it. On the building to the right of 07, there was a vertical billboard. And when I looked towards it, I saw the shape of a sword. Anxiety seeped into me. I swallowed back my saliva. When I looked at the roof of O-Front, I've been able to perceive its shape. But in the end, I hadn't been able to physically grasp it with my hands. I extended my hand as I stood in place. In order to save someone dear to me, I had to get it, no matter what. No matter what. I gritted my teeth. This wouldn't be like last time. My mind was surprisingly calm. I wasn't afraid. I couldn't be afraid. But it wasn't that I was keeping a cool head. Emotion simmered and boiled inside me. I had something I needed to do. Firmly grasp it here. 107 was about 100 meters away, and upon overlapping my fist with the sword, I grasped it with my hands. Pulling it. Even though I should have grabbed an empty spot in the air, there was something there. It was neither hot nor cold, neither hard nor soft. Here we go, finally. After all these hours, months, years, decades, we are finally getting our D-sword. Keeping my hold on it, I drew it closer to me. Ripples surfaced across the air, and from within those ripples, it slid free. There we are. Holy fuck, we get a whole animated thing going on with our hair and clothes. All too long to be called a sword. Delicate enough to shatter at a moment's notice. Pervaded with phantasmal elegance. Lacking any meretricious features. Absent of all garishness. With an immaculate malice. Capable of swallowing one's soul whole. On which belonged an awe-inspiring beauty. Linking with my exalted heart the design of the sinister flames on the handle flickered. I didn't feel even an ounce of weight. Rather, it was as if an extension of my arm. As though it had been there from the very beginning. As though it had been a part of my own body. It didn't feel like I was holding a sword. So this was a D-sword. I grasped it firmly with both hands. I should have been able to real boot it now. If I got it to be mutually recognized by my surroundings, the sword would be brought forth into reality. As for how to do it, I didn't know. I simply desired it. I shouted within my heart for it to become reality. All hesitation within me was gone. He's awokened. He's awoken. The D-sword, as if answering my call, started faintly shining. The flame pattern on the hilt transformed into real flames. Flames would swiftly envelop the sword, and yet I felt no heat. Soon enough, those flames were swallowed by the entirety of the sword's body, and... together with a fierce impact, the D-sword shone with a crimson light. A number of the people around me were surprised by my sword. However, it was only a handful of them. Only a handful were left dumbfounded by its appearance. The others were too focused on punching and kicking each other. The riots didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
この暴動を引き起こしているポーターたちを探すんだ。彼らの持つ機械を破壊すれば、
Yeah, you gotta kill the otakus.
バイオリズムの高騰も収まる。
ポーター The Porters
ノア2の端末としての存在。君はすでにそのヒントを見てきた。君の頭の中に。それは記憶として刻まれている。
I called forth all that I had seen, in quotes, seen. Bon. Gone but not forgotten. 07 Bon.
辛いんですね。
Bon gets to show up several times in this, apparently.
7のバングル返して。
地点 L2 の8 0.62 メガ GE ハイスコアです。
どんな手品だこれは。
望み。
Yeah, there they are. Right there. Lock in that CG right there. Kill these fuckers. Kill all these guys.
言い換えればマインドコントロールのための舞台とい
All of the things I had unconsciously seen. All the thoughts I had unconsciously read.
僕は盗撮野郎ってことか。お似合いだね。
Was that just him just realizing this is a visual novel the whole time and he just read everything that I just spent all these hours and days and weeks reading? He just realized it all in like a second? It's kind of bullshit, okay? I worked hard for this shit. Shogun calmly gave me orders as I laughed at myself.
チャネルを開放してポーターたちの心を読むんだ。
I could do that?
彼らはこのスクランブル交差点のどこかにいる。居場所を探り当てて。
I opened my channel. I didn't have to think about what to do. Without being conscious of it, I enacted it by feel alone. I don't... Where... Oh, and then the minds of everyone here, their negative I don't think I want those. Their negative emotions became visible and instantly flowed into me. That's probably not good. This is probably too much. Yet that doesn't look good. Malice, hatred, envy, lust, servility, cowardice, superficiality, corruption, cunning, indecency, hideousness, vulgarity, libido, madness, bloodthirst. It was the manifestation of the unsightly emotions people hid from one another, more brutal, unequivocal, and repugnant than words could ever be. All the negative emotions people had held inside them became a torrent of images, and this torrent proceeded to swallow up, shatter, and violate my mind. I was verbally abused by words of disdain. Gazes of contempt rained down on me. I was spat on. My nails were peeled off. I was punched in the face multiple times. I was kicked in the ass. My hair was torn out. My nose was chewed to shreds. My eyeballs were gouged out. My tongue was ripped from my mouth. My blood was sucked. I was showered with boiling water and covered with burnt. Jesus Christ, guys, let's calm down. I was raped. What the fuck? You were what? My genitals were crushed. All of my skin was torn off. My arms were broken. All of my bones were broken. I was beaten with a blunt weapon. I was stabbed with a blade. My organs were gouged out. My neck was strangled. My flesh was eaten by a giant beast. I was thrown off a high place. I was drowned in a pool of water. I had my entire body burned by flames. Having synchronized with it all, my mind was being broken. I felt like I was about to go insane. I gritted my teeth and desperately held on to my consciousness. Was this how Cosby had lived her whole life? You know, actually, yeah, that doesn't surprise me that she became a psychopath. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, get rid of all the negative shit. Only the positive stuff. Use the sound to your advantage. The sound. All while enduring the negative emotions overwhelming me, I listened carefully. What came to me were voices from all around. Isolating them, I searched for the sound. That rhymed. I heard a mechanical sound. The one Sarantan had said would kill me. The sound had also been inside the memories I'd gotten from reading minds. Santa had destroyed a porter's rucksack that had emitted the sound with her D-sword. So if I were to focus on that sound, the delusion I heard... There were multiple voices. There were more than one porter here. Alright, we're locked in. We're locked in now. Sword in hand. Holding my breath, I took a step forward. In front of me was the chaotic crowd. Without a trace of order, they moved throughout the scrambled crossing as they pleased, beating each other within an inch of their lives. It would be difficult to go straight through. I hacked the delusions of the people in the direction of the target. And so, little by little, the people in my field of vision made way. Field of view made way. And there a path was made for me. We're locked in. There was a single man about 50 meters from me, and all the obstacles between me and him had now been removed. Our eyes met. He was a plump man in a suit, wearing a rucksack on his back. Taking the shortest path there, I ran. Straight ahead, through the crowd, without bumping into anyone, all while dragging my D-sword along with me. That's illegal! You can't do that! I'm actually... The porter, having noticed me, frantically turned around and tried to run, but I wouldn't allow it. Just like Senna, I swung my D-sword, a blade longer than I was tall. As always, it felt weightless. I could wield it like it was an extension of my arm. The tip of the D-sword dug into the rucksack, and then, almost as if it had been melted at an unfathomably high temperature, its contents were vaporized. The man sank to the ground, cradling his head as he trembled from fear. Without looking at him even one more time, I headed for the second one. Below O-Front, once again the obstacles leading up to it began to disappear, and a path was built. The man who stood there was extremely thin, wore a checkerboard shirt, and a pair of jeans. He had long hair and his skin was alarmingly pale. He seemed to be holding a bag, which he was treating with great care. Noticing me, he tried to blend into the crowd, but before he could do anything, I threw my D-sword. Fly. Formed a delusion, ignoring all laws of physics. All known laws of physics are being ignored right now, because I'm just that good. It flew parallel to the ground, soaring faster and faster. It delicately corrected its path, then pierced the man's bag with unmatched accuracy. It emitted a faint light, and the man fell to the ground. Just one more. I approached the man now on the ground and retrieved my D-sword. The third one was in front of Hachiko. I had seen the porter countless times by now. Actually, let me be more precise. I had talked to them almost every day. The crowd dissipated, and for the third time a direct path appeared. Wait, who did we talk? Oh, the porter guy, okay. And at the end of it was a woman wearing white scrubs, a fact that made her conspicuous as could be.
あなたが3人目です。葉月さん。いや、グリム。
What? The nurse was... Wait. The nurse was Grim? Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what is going on? The nurse who had smiled so gently to me at the hospital was now glaring daggers at me. She had a large handbag with her. Most likely, there was a Noah 2 terminal inside.
真実を暴くんだ。彼女がしてきたことをこの場にいる人たちに提示すれば。
Of all the twists to be revealed, I did not expect the nurse to be Grim. I did not expect that one.
この熱病のような混乱は収まる。彼女がグリムなら、これまでの不自然な言動に君は気づいているはず。僕が最初に君に接触した時のことを、僕は君に貼り付け事件の予言をした。君への継承だった。でも僕よりも先に貼り付けを予言した人間がいる。
Oh, I remembered. I remembered the exchange we'd had at the time. A few moments before Shogun talked to me for the first time, Grim had left the chat room. But right before that, they posted an image as a joke. A drawing. Which I remember now, there was another scene of her doing a drawing, right? At some point that we found. So she was the cruxification killer as well, right? Is that what this is? The very same drawing that Hazuki-san had scribbled on the medical chart. The drawing had been very poorly done, but what mattered was what it was depicting. The cruxification case. Besides, the first time Grimm had talked to me about the new gen case, they had said this. It's all up in your neighborhood, LOL. Even though I never told them I lived in Shibuya. Even a few hours earlier, Grimm had left some comments that made it seem like they knew I was Nishijo Takumi. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. Oh, that's true, they did say that. I had just assumed that our character told them about that incident at some point. The second time I'd gone to the hospital, Hazuki-san had said,
高階先生はもういません。
And a week later, Dr. Takashina's corpse had been found. I swallowed back my saliva.
あの人が
She's the new gen killer.
真犯人
And Grim. I mean, I wasn't going to be too surprised if it turned out Grim was the new gen killer. But the fact that Grim was Hazuki, I did not see that one coming. Her mind was right before me. If I had looked inwards, I could see.
信仰の救いあれ。
Okay, before we get into all this, I've tried to snooze the ads long enough, but Twitch is now going to force us 3 minutes of ads. Enjoy, stay safe. We will be right back in 3 minutes, and then hopefully this will finally be concluded the chapter for tonight. Okay, we'll be back in 3 minutes. Stay safe, gamers. All right, welcome back. Supposedly the ads are done. We are now free from that hell for the rest of the night, I hope, because I can't imagine the rest of this will take an hour for us to finish. So hopefully we're now free of that stuff. Let's find out what the fuck Hazuki's deal is. May the divine light save us. Midnight fell on A.H. Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki Shino's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay a young man, Konoe Chizuo. The sleeping pills he had been given had induced a deep coma in him. As she repeated the same words over and over like a Buddhist prayer, Hazuki caressed her large, swollen abdomen. She slowly removed her white scrubs, then sat atop the operating table, scalpel in hand. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on in this scene? Hello? What is... Then, with no anesthesia to speak of, she incised her own abdomen. An incision so masterfully done, it would have earned her incredible praise from surgeons and obstetricians alike. Although she was a mere nurse, her surgical skills were quite remarkable. Even while enduring the uninhibited pain of her self-surgery, the incision she made in her abdomen was performed with the utmost dexterity. Oh, this was the other murder case, right? With the guy with the dead fetus. So she got herself pregnant so she could pull off this shit? Is that what this is? What the fuck? I can fix her. Guys, I could fix her. I could do it. I could do it. Blood and amniotic fluid flowed from the wound, her face contorted in pain. And then, after a few grueling moments passed, Hazuki inserted her own hand inside her abdomen. And from within her, she removed a blood-stained fetus. The fetus had yet to reach full maturity, and its forced removal had already ended its life prematurely. Hazuki performed an You really gonna do this to me? An ophthalmotomy, cutting the umbilical cord. Upon completion of this, she embraced her child lovingly, then placed it on the stand next to the operating table. With her hands now free, she began suturing her wound. The whole ordeal took nearly an hour to complete. With the sheer amount of pain the procedure procured, any normal person would have fainted long ago, but she's built different. Returning the fetus to her embrace, she stood up from the operating table and approached the man lying down on the bed. With bloodshot eyes, she looked down toward the unconscious man's face and thrust the scalpel into his abdomen. The movement was reckless and without care, providing a vast contrast to how delicately and accurately she had torn open her own abdomen before. The pain roused the man, but before he could consider any hope of escape, he realized both his arms and legs were tied securely to the bed. Disregarding the man's screams, Hazuki drew back the scalpel she had used to stab him. It cut through his flesh, tore through his skin. Blood gushed forth, covering her face in crimson. Is that what the light's doing there? She neared her hands to the victim's wounds. And then she forcefully began to widen it horizontally. The sound of flesh being torn open echoed throughout the operating room. The man's body started violently convulsing as the pain forced him to undergo a cycle of fainting, then waking up again. As she gazed at the gaping wound, Hazuki smiled a gentle smile. She then took her own child, which she had just taken from herself, and forcibly pushed it inside the man's gaping wound. It's fine. I could fix her. I could do it. Midnight fell on the age of Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki Shino's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay her psychiatric colleague, Takeshino Fumio. What did she do? This was the numbskull case, right? So she's going to do some fucked up shit to his brain. He was tied to the bed, but this was not the only thing that had been done to him. His cranium had been opened, and his brain was exposed. His skull had been cut cleanly, the line being right above his eyes. The eyes. Oh. Well, as long as you said a prayer for him first, you know, it's all good. Takeshino was conscious. Due to the effects of the anesthesia, he did not feel any pain from the cut. The upper dread he felt the utter dread he felt kept his eyes open wide, and his body was sweating greatly. Salvation. Ignoring Takeshino's pleas for his life, Hazuki retrieved a shiny silver utensil from the pocket of her white scrubs. A utensil that could not be referred to as a traditional surgical tool. It was a spoon, an all too ordinary piece of tableware. Oh, nothing, just a little scoop or two. It'll be fine. I'm a professional. Hazuki reveled in ecstasy. As if enjoying a meal of curry and rice, she took a spoonful of Takeshino's brain. Oh, don't tell me she actually ate it too. Don't tell me that happened. She then took the spoon and violently cast the contents onto a stainless steel tray. The pink brain tissue was plumped into a jelly-esque substance. Hazuki thrust the spoon inside the brain once again. This time, however, she accumulated even more matter than she had the first time as she scraped away the brain tissue. Takeshino's own brain was getting removed from his body, yet he felt no pain, nor did he lose consciousness. As well as this, the anesthesia had robbed him of any freedom of movement whatsoever. All the man could do was tremble in fear. I could fix her still. I could still do it. I believe in, yeah, I could do it. I could do it. Hazuki Shino looked up at the projection in shock. On the scrambled crossings, 4 massive jumbotrons. Her very own memories were being shown. She couldn't even understand how it was being done. Perhaps it was Nishijo Takami's powers of gigalomania. With its head hung low and D-sword in hand, Nishijo Takami murmured those words. The riot came to a halt. Silence was now the ruling entity. The thousands of people who had been assailing each other until only a moment ago were now looking up towards the screens. Some went pale, some averted their eyes, some felt such horror it compelled them to vomit. Were we projecting those memories onto the screens? Is that what happened here? The mass media were starting to record Hazuki with their cameras. Countless blinding flashes ensued. There you go. She's like, oh, is that what you did? Oh, that's fine.
胎児とあなたの DNA を鑑定すればわかることです。どうしてあんなことを。ねえ、クリム。
ナイトハルト、すべては教祖様のお言葉なんですよ。
What? You're not about to do this to me. You're not about to tell me you started the new gen murders because of some shit I said to you while we're playing fucking RuneScape or Elder whatever it's called, ESO. I forget what it stood for here, but you're not about to tell me you did these because of some shit I said to you online. You're not about to do that to me. Hazuki plunged her hand into her bag resting over her shoulder. From it, she retrieved both a Noah 2 terminal port and a scalpel. Does the glorious founder refer to me, or does it refer to someone with the Noah Project? She gripped the scalpel and placed it right against her throat. Due to the nature of her position as a nurse, she knew the location of the carotid artery all too well. Hazuki smiled at Nishijo Takumi. It was a kind smile, much like one she would oft show her patients. Okay. As her own blood gushed forth from her neck, her entire body was painted a bright crimson. He's like, all right, well, that happened. He's a real Esper. That's me. I'm the Messiah. I could have fixed her, but she didn't want to be fixed. I didn't know who, but someone had mumbled those words. After seeing the sheer number of gazes piercing through me, I realized that those words were also directed at me. In front of a countless number of people, Hazuki Shinoa committed suicide via slitting her throat. Although calling it a martyrdom might have been more accurate, the choking smell of blood filled the air. The riot had now entirely stopped. Hazuki Shino's memories of the crime she'd committed, which I had projected directly onto the Jumbotrons, ended up being the perfect thing to make the excited parts of the mob quiet down. The shocking nature of what had been displayed left everyone at a loss for words. Even now, Hazuki Shino's corpse was still bleeding. A number of people then walked up to it and began kicking it. That's fair. It was the corpse of an atrocious murderer, so there was no respects to be paid here. Next, they might even publicly behead her like it was the Middle Ages. What difference was there between her and the ones kicking her corpse? By their very nature, humans were disgusting, horrible creatures, myself included, of course. And then we were all caught in 4K. The media, like hyenas, were accumulating around anything that could act as a scoop. The entire event tonight is a scoop, by the way. Roughly half of them had gathered around Hazuki Shino's corpse, and the other half were surrounding me. Yeah, that's me. What can I say? I tried showing you guys before. You didn't care. You didn't want to wait. Naturally, of course. Oh, what could I say? Sometimes I just doodled world-ending math formulas. Other times, I just uncover the new gen culprit in front of everybody and whip out a D-sword. It happens. Do they need help anymore? I think I just finished everything there. I think I already am. One after the other, endless words of praise were thrown my way. Hey, finally, my popular times. Okay, everybody's finally recognizing. All right. Oh, me? One after another, endless words of affection were thrown my way. I felt hollow hearing those voices. A fabricated image formed by public opinion and a delusionary being. They weren't all too different, were they? Takumi. Tak. Let's go. It was all coming back. The energy they'd all shown when they'd seen me up on top of Outfront. He's like, I don't need all this shit. Unable to take it anymore, I screamed. Tears started flowing. I felt completely miserable. I felt completely ridiculous. I didn't have it in me to keep going without crying. I wasn't a hero. Based. Saying that live in front of millions of people that are cheering you on. Based, actually.
18歳未満だけどヘロゲしてもうええって言ってる男だ
He really said, I'm underage and play arrow gaze. Please arrest me. I mow over sprites and CGs constantly.
頭の中じゃ街を歩く女どもを裸にしむいてエロい妄想してるそれが僕だ
Based? He's just saying all this shit, knowing millions of people are just watching him on all the screens right now. He just doesn't give a fuck. It's kind of based. Tears and mucus smeared down my face, and I forgot I was being broadcasted live across the entire country. Did you? Never mind, it's not as based because he forgot about that. Didn't even occur to me that I was shaming myself yet again. I couldn't help it. I was physically incapable of reading the room.
そうだよこれでも僕は英雄かよ違う僕は英雄なんかじゃない所詮妄想の存在で希望だぜ一人じゃ何もできないヘタレだ
The voices around me went quiet. The onlookers sank in silence. The people from the media looked at me dubiously. Within the heart of Shibuya, in the middle of the humongous scramble crossing, only my voice was echoing.
それが僕だお前らに他人に僕っていう人間を決めさせない僕はお前らのおもちゃじゃない僕にはやるべきことがあるんだ
I got shit to do, man!
僕はお前たちなんかのために行動しない
Come on, I got video games to play. I got one less friend to play them with now. Because they killed themselves when I revealed that they were the killer. Don't worry about that. Rimi's smile appeared in my mind.
僕はただ
For the sake of those I cared about, I was here to fight, then disappear. But before I could voice that, I suddenly noticed that the night sky reflected in the corner of my eye was turning pure white. It wasn't a cloud, nor was it snow falling a little too early in the year. By the time I realized it was the same phenomenon from back when the earthquake had hit, it was already too late.
サードメルト予定より早い
The third what? Oh, fuck. The first thing I felt was the very earth itself beginning to rumble. The ground began to shake. The white in the sky was spreading farther and farther away. It's the rumbling from Attack on Titan all over again. It's happening. The end is here. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst open. Everyone else around me was covering their ears, too. And then... the world was dyed completely white. Have we finally reached it? Yes, we did. We've completed Chapter 9. Oh, we did it. And now it's going to start Chapter 10, which is the Silent Sky ending, which we will do next time on stream, which will be tomorrow, I believe. So, let's go to... where's my camera scene here? Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out. For coming to watch the streams. We made it through Chapter 9. Fucking insane twist being revealed. I did not expect Hazuki. I didn't expect Hazuki for Grimm. I wouldn't have been surprised if Grimm was the killer. That part I wasn't surprised with. But, fucking... and I do remember Hazuki doing the weird scribbling shit in the hospital that we found. She definitely seemed weird with that kind of stuff. It was also weird that she had given us the questionnaire when we first saw her about, that just randomly about that stuff. That I did think was weird. Yeah, I don't know. Listen. We figured it all out eventually. We figured out the truth. That it was Grimm. I don't know why our nurse was just fucking around in a chat room with us online. And, I'm pretty sure playing Baselard with us. Or, no, Baselard was the name of the world. ESO. I don't remember what ESO stood for in this fucking game. It's not Elder Scrolls Online. That's this world's game, okay? I don't remember what ESO stood for in there. But, yeah, okay. So, we made it. We survived. I think. Well, it seems like everybody else is about to die. But not us. We're built different. We'll live. We'll live from that. Well, we're gonna wrap up stream for tonight. Is there anybody I can send you guys to? Is there anybody online? I don't even think there is. Hold on, let me exit out of the game too. There we go. We got anybody online? This not really. No, we're just gonna end it here then. There's nobody online. I can't send you guys anywhere, so. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out, coming to chill. I appreciate you all, and we'll see you tomorrow night for the Silent Sky ending. How long is the ending going to be? I have no fucking idea. But we'll play it tomorrow once I'm done with my Japanese lesson. I'll be here. We got Chaos and Noah, Silent Sky ending tomorrow, and then on Thursday, we're going to be having the Anime Book Club manga discussion for Umineko episode 5, the first 2 volumes of the manga for Umineko episode 5. So, be sure to tune in for those things. There is also a potential chance that I might be able to do a stream on Friday night as well. I'm not sure about that yet. It's not on the schedule, but it might happen because it sounds like I'm being told that my plans for Friday might be fucked. I don't know for sure yet, but we'll see. I'll let you guys know if something changes with that. But for now, I know we'll stream tomorrow night and we'll stream Thursday night. So we'll go with that for now. Everybody stay safe. I appreciate you all. Good night, everybody. Stay safe. Goodbye. Goodbye.